The events begin in the night city of Seoul. Siang Company had one of the tallest headquarters in the city. The company's annual sales were close to 3.1 trillion won, and its operating profit alone reached 302 trillion won. Automobiles, electronics, telecommunications, heavy and chemical industries, distribution, fashion products. In all of these industries, the company performed exceptionally well. They were even honored on stage as the Company of the Year. The protagonist came from a rural area and graduated from a local university. When he received his acceptance notification from Siang, villagers hung congratulatory posters on trees. His father invited relatives to a small party. Everyone celebrated. Soon he stood near the door marked Strategic Planning Headquarters, but reality struck. He was only a cleaner at a construction site. These were the people who beat and killed anyone the company no longer wanted. While this happened, their leader simply watched from the sidelines. The protagonist performed a tedious and horrifying job, looking at his boss smoking a cigarette. Still, he did not give up. At night, he studied English and reviewed countless business plans. Patiently, he gave everything he had. At some point, the aristocrats of the Sang family began to recognize the name Young Hang. Legal or illegal, they came to the protagonist. After 13 years, he became far more serious than before. No one knew the hidden truth of this aristocratic family better than him. The events move to an airport just after a plane has taken off. Yongan walked through the terminal, dragging a suitcase on wheels. The airport was quiet, with few people around. He was the one Sang trusted enough to deposit $700 million into his account. Heading toward the exit, bright sunlight filled the sky. Yan shaded his eyes with his hand, frowning as unpleasant memories surfaced. Recently, he had stood before his boss and asked how he could calmly deposit such an amount into his account. His boss first looked at him silently, then smiled. He said he did not even trust his wife, but Yongan was the exception, the only one he trusted with his money. Yun's eyes widened in shock. Returning to the present, Yongan smiled faintly and closed his eyes. He took his sunglasses from his inner pocket and adjusted them. Having earned the trust of the Sang family, he believed his life was just beginning. Suddenly, two men called out to him and approached. Dressed in black suits, they told him the road ahead was long. A bead of sweat ran down Yun Hun's face. His eyes, hidden behind the glasses, widened in shock when he realized they were from the Secretariat. Removing his glasses, he asked why they were there. The brown-haired man replied that the president had instructed them to assist him. Yungan frowned. His visit was supposed to be secret. Suddenly, horror filled him. He turned and saw a gun muzzle aimed at his back. The man behind him calmly told him to follow quietly. The brown-haired man urged him to come along. The protagonist clenched his teeth, realizing their intention. They planned to eliminate him. As the car drove along a forest road, Yongan regretted the 13 years he had spent loyally serving Siang. The driver focused on the road while his companion rested a fist on his jaw, observing the surroundings. Anger burned inside Yongan. He asked them to call the president and let him speak, but they refused, telling him to stop dreaming. Desperate, Yongan shouted, promising silence. He said he would flee to South America or Eastern Europe and never show his face again. The driver silenced him, reminding him of his wife and parents. Horror washed over him. Then the man beside him claimed the president had ordered financial support for his parents and promised to send his wife to America. Yongan's lips trembled. He knew it was all a lie. Once they killed him and erased the evidence, his family would receive nothing. They would not even give him severance pay. The company would confiscate everything, leaving not a single penny behind. The car continued into the forest until it stopped in a small clearing. The protagonist stepped out and looked around. Two men followed him. He noticed a lake whose name he did not know. This lake would become his grave. He tried to say his final words but froze when a man raised a gun. A gunshot rang out. Birds scattered into the air. At that moment, A strange energy transferred the protagonist's soul into a small boy sitting in a car seat. His eyes widened in horror. 3 months had passed since he awakened in this body, yet the nightmare of his past life never left him. His mother turned and asked if he was okay. She was an actress who became famous from a single film. The driver was his father, once her fan, later her husband. His older brother, seated beside him, teased him for suddenly waking up. Jun raised his hand, saying he was just surprised. His mother smiled faintly, saying he had grown up so suddenly that it confused her. Looking out the window, Jun realized today marked exactly 30 years before his death. 3 months had passed since he awoke as Jun, the youngest grandson of the founder Yao, a man surrounded by legends. He had been reborn as the 10-year-old grandson of the family that once ordered his execution on a secluded lakeshore. As the white car approached the mansion guarded by security, Jun stared in awe. The estate consisted of 3 massive buildings, covering over 35,000 square meters. Guards saluted his father and allowed them inside. Jun remembered this place well. This was where he once pulled weeds during his first job after joining the company. Today, it was Yao's birthday. A crowd gathered near the estate, chatting and celebrating. They were talking among themselves and having fun, like it was a billionaire version of a backyard barbecue. Jun, accompanied by his family, approached the crowd. Some people turned to look at them while others began whispering with clear dissatisfaction, the kind of side-eye you see in rich family dramas. Jun watched silently, understanding exactly what was happening. As his family moved through the crowd, he scanned the faces, then slowly stopped. It became obvious. Everyone was deliberately ignoring them. No explanation was needed. This was Game of Thrones, corporate edition. Soon they climbed the stairs and stood before the front door of the estate. Once inside, Jun's father turned his head and announced their arrival. Instantly, every man and woman looked their way. The uncles and aunts from his father's brother's side stared with open contempt, one uncle even sneering that they had finally decided to show up. The relatives from his father's sister's side stayed silent, staring arrogantly, like royalty judging peasants who wandered into the wrong hall. One of his father's brothers smiled faintly as he observed them. Jun studied his new relatives carefully, his expression calm but alert. Suddenly, the aunt snapped, loudly questioning Yoongi about why he was late and whether his wild youth habits still lingered. Jun raised one eyebrow, genuinely unsure who she even was. Yoongi apologized calmly, showing zero emotion. The aunt rested her head on her hand irritably, muttering that it still annoyed her. Jun suddenly pictured an elderly blonde woman with a permanent smile. Though already 70, she constantly paraded young lovers like a Netflix scandal documentary. Jun covered his mouth to hide a smile, remembering her terrifying personality. The aunt noticed and frowned, demanding to know if he was laughing. Immediately, the uncle and his wife caught on. The uncle's smile vanished, replaced by pure contempt toward Yoongi. Other relatives joined in, staring at Jun's family like they didn't belong. Jun lowered his hand calmly and said he was not laughing. The aunt exploded, jumping up and screaming, but her older brother cut her off, teeth clenched, asking why she chose this exact moment to start drama. She screamed back, insisting the child had laughed. Then a voice cut through the chaos like a Marvel villain entering the room. Their father demanded to know who dared to raise their voice in his house. Instantly, the arguing siblings bowed their heads. As Yao descended the stairs, one step at a time, fear spread through the room. Yoongi and his wife bowed deeply. With every step, another family member lowered their gaze, like dominoes falling. Only Yoongi, his wife, and Jun remained relatively composed, though they still bowed. Sweat rolled down Jun's face as he looked at his grandfather, a living legend of the company. Everyone stood and bowed deeply. Even the eldest brother's face twitched, veins bulging, terrified of losing his inheritance. The middle son trembled, imagining a future where he inherited nothing. The youngest feared losing his elite lifestyle. The daughter understood all of this and quietly looked away. Finally, Yang Qiao reached the bottom of the stairs. White-haired and tense, he carried the presence of a man once called the Iron-Hearted Devil. He glared at his children. Only Jun looked at his new grandfather with excitement, like a chess player seeing the board for the first time. Bangyo bowed deeply and announced their arrival. Yao looked at her, and the tension on his face eased. Dano's eldest son trembled and hid behind his mother. Yao glared at him, and Jun's eyes widened as he realized his brother had already been in their mother's womb at the time of the wedding. That was why the grandfather couldn't fully oppose it. Suddenly, his brother's fear made sense. Jun steadied himself and stared directly at his grandfather. Their eyes locked. Yao's gaze sharpened, trying to intimidate him. Jun shuddered, sweat dripping down his face, yet he didn't look away. Then Yao smiled. He asked why they visited so rarely, even though he always called them. Jun froze. Yao stepped forward, patted his head, and said he wanted to give him something. Jun's mouth dropped open like a Pixar character seeing magic for the first time. Yoongi's sister clenched her teeth in rage. Others stared in disbelief. Only the youngest brother seemed unfazed. Yao's second daughter also clenched her jaw, watching her father spoil his grandson. Even Dango and Yoongi were stunned by this sudden kindness. Jun tried to understand why he alone was receiving it. A luxurious birthday cake arrived. Yao blew out the candles as applause filled the room. The eldest son and daughter clapped enthusiastically, smiling wide. Several grandchildren rushed over to congratulate him. Yoongi simply applauded. His eldest son lowered his gaze. Only Jun watched with quiet determination. Jun glanced sideways when a woman ordered his mother to bring more food. His mother carried wine and glasses like a maid. Jun noticed how nervous she was, yet she kept smiling gently. One sister demanded cold water with ice. Another brother's wife ordered her to clear the dishes. As Donggyo hurried, a girl snapped at her to move faster before returning to cheerful conversation. Jun clenched his fists. There were plenty of servants, yet they treated his mother like hired help. Watching her work, he remembered how she once buttoned his jacket with care. She smiled as if she enjoyed it. Jun's cheeks flushed slightly at her beauty. Donggyo placed her hand on Jun's cheek, smiling tenderly, calling him handsome. Jun was stunned. Living in a child's body still felt strange, but her warmth grounded him. When another girl scolded her for being slow, Jun's brows furrowed in anger. He endured it, silently promising himself that one day his mother would never be treated this way again. Turning away, Jun looked at his grandfather smiling and drinking wine, calm and distant. Yao held his glass like a king surveying his kingdom. Jun realized it was likely because of his grandfather's indifference that his parents were treated this way. Suddenly, Jun remembered his grandfather asking if he liked the horse he was given. He recalled the massive white toy horse in the nursery. Back then, he couldn't believe it had been prepared just because he wanted it. Studying his grandfather now, Jun wondered if guilt haunted him, if he was trying to atone for casting out his son. With a faint smile, Jun decided to see how long this kindness would last. Looking up with an innocent face, Jun said he preferred a real horse over a plastic one. Yao was shocked. Jun continued, saying he liked real cars more than toy ones and wanted a real boat that sailed the sea, not something used in a bathtub. Yao froze, his smile fading. Jun felt a flash of fear, wondering if he had crossed a line. Yao frowned and asked what Jun thought was real. Regaining composure, Jun smiled and replied that everything his grandfather made was real, because he created real cars, ships, and televisions. The words of his grandson greatly surprised old Yao. He bent down, resting his hands on his knees, and carefully studied the boy's face. His sharp eyes examined Jun closely, as if wondering whether the child had passed some kind of invisible test. Slowly, Yao parted his lips and told his grandson that obtaining real things in life required hard work, suffering, and enduring countless hardships. Inwardly, the protagonist almost laughed. In his past life, He was the one who had done all the dirty work, suffered endlessly, and died in the end. Yal straightened up, a faint smile appearing as he made a proposal. If Jun finished the year with excellent marks in all subjects, he promised to buy him a real horse for his birthday. Jun's eyes widened in shock. The old man smiled and asked why Jun looked so uncertain about himself. A grin spread across Jun's face. He honestly wasn't sure he could do it perfectly. Smirking slightly, he asked if that was all he needed to do. Yao crossed his arms and replied that he would be waiting. Grandfather and grandson exchanged silent smiles. The events returned to the present. Jun frowned, deciding it was time to change things. Suddenly, a man in a suit called out to him, his brother and the other children, telling them to follow. It was Yonan, wearing a faint smile, explaining that Grandpa had ordered them to be taken to the playroom. The moment Jun saw him, anger surged. Memories hit like a flashback scene from a crime movie. The lakeshore, the gun, the man standing there calmly. Yonan. The same man who once told him he trusted no one, not even his wife, except him. The same man who gave the order to kill him. While the other children followed Yonan happily, Jun and his brother lingered behind. Inside, Jun burned with rage, but outwardly he showed nothing. This time he was Yongan. He was Jun and he didn't need to worry. Soon the children arrived at a room where a white horse had been placed. A gift for Jun. Kangan shoved past him and rushed forward, climbing onto the horse with a wide grin. He laughed loudly, showing off as the other children gathered around him. Jun and his brother stood near the door, watching silently. Jun frowned, his anger rising, until his brother gently touched his clenched fist, trying to calm him down. Jun looked at his brother and realized something. He was used to this. Not just him, but their entire family had long been accustomed to being treated this way. A smirk slowly formed on Jun's face. He decided he would not tolerate it anymore. With his hands in his pockets, Jun walked forward. Kangan looked puzzled as Jun stopped in front of the horse. Jun calmly told him to get off, saying the horse belonged to him. Kangan laughed arrogantly, saying he would do whatever he wanted. The other children burst into laughter, treating it like a scene straight out of a spoiled rich kid sitcom. Without saying a word, Jun lifted his leg and kicked the back of the horse. The sudden movement startled Kangan. The horse collapsed and Kangan fell hard. His leg was pinned beneath it. Screams filled the room. The children froze in fear. Someone shouted that they would call the adults. Kangan cried in pain, clutching his leg. Jun walked up to him, looked down calmly, and warned him never to touch what belonged to him again. Kangan gritted his teeth and cried harder. A woman's scream echoed as Kangan's mother rushed in. Other women followed, confused by the chaos. A worker lifted the horse while Kangan's mother pulled his leg free and cradled him. Jun glanced at his own mother, who covered her mouth in shock. He winked at her with a faint smirk. Suddenly, a sharp slap landed across Jun's face. Kangan's furious mother screamed, asking if he was insane. She struck him again. Jun felt no anger, no emotion. She raised her hand for a third blow, but Jun's mother stepped in, shielding her son with her body and holding him tightly. Kangan's mother screamed for Jun to leave immediately. Jun's mother begged for forgiveness, trembling as she protected her child. Jun was stunned. His mother shielded his eyes, her body shaking. Kangan's mother raised her hand again, veins bulging on her forehead. A sharp voice cut through the room. Everyone turned toward the entrance. Yao stood there. The room fell silent. Kangan's mother hesitated, trying to explain, but Yao ordered her to stop. He told her to take her son to the hospital immediately. She picked Kangan up and left without another word. Yao waited until she was gone, then looked at his grandson. Jun met his gaze. His mother released him and quickly checked him for injuries. Yao ordered everyone else to leave except Jun nervously. Jun's mother held his shoulders, searching his face. Jun smiled and nodded, reassuring her. She bowed her head and left, glancing back uneasily. When they were alone, Yal asked if Jun was the one responsible. Jun confirmed it without hesitation. Yal frowned and asked why he would do something so dangerous. Jun reminded him that the horse was his, a gift from his grandfather. Yal's eyes widened. Jun calmly added that Kangun tried to take it, so he broke the horse instead, because he would rather destroy it than let someone else take what belonged to him. Yal narrowed his eyes, asking if Jun truly meant that. Jun confirmed it again, watching closely for his reaction. Then Yal smiled. The anger vanished. He looked at Jun with approval. Jun immediately understood. This was the cruelty of an empire builder, the mindset of a ruler who never gives up even an inch of territory. Like a mafia boss or a warlord from a blockbuster movie, Yal respected strength. However, Yal soon stopped smiling. He said that even if Jun didn't intend to hurt his brother, he still caused harm and must be punished. Jun bowed his head, accepting it without protest. Yal turned and told Jun to follow him. Moments later, Jun was shocked as he entered the office. His grandfather walked to the head of a long table where the core members of the company were already seated. Jun's mouth fell open. Jun studied the people sitting at the table and glanced at Yonan, realizing this was a place only the truly powerful were allowed to enter. Yal crossed his arms at the head seat, releasing an invisible pressure that made the room feel heavy. Jun stood near the entrance, stunned. Even in his past life, despite serving the Sang family for over 10 years, he had never been allowed here. Now he was inside. Jun knelt behind his grandfather, copying his posture. Though tense, he hid it well. His attention shifted to Yonan, seated hesitantly in a position that hinted at succession. Jun realized Yonan had already been chosen as the heir. Yal ordered the directors to speak freely. One director said the current president was too stubborn and would not step down even as his term ended. Yal asked what would happen if the president continued to resist. Another director confirmed the president could gather his own support, his own army. Yal closed his eyes thoughtfully. The directors began discussing scenarios and strategies. Jun raised an eyebrow, confused. Army, people. This didn't sound like corporate politics. One director explained that there were already more than 1 million people nationwide involved, and if the military joined in, the number could double. Yal opened his eyes slightly, surprised, and asked calmly whether people were afraid of weapons. Imagining the scene of the protests, one of the directors explained that if the people were calmed down, fear would return. But if the army stepped in, then protests and uprisings would only be the beginning. Hearing this, Yal slammed the table and shouted, demanding to know what the director meant. Was he preparing for the fall of the government? Did he really think the next president would come from the opposition? Yal struck the table again. The directors instantly fell silent, eyes closed in fear. Yal shouted angrily, saying that of course it was possible, but the opposite was just as likely. Jun watched them coldly. These were the same people who had pinned everything on him in his past life and even ordered his murder. Then Yi raised his hands and spoke. He said the government would not collapse. The successor was already known. The brothers sitting opposite nodded in agreement. The remaining directors bowed silently. Jun, sitting on his knees, felt everything was strange. He knew that in just 3 days an announcement of the president's surrender would be made. The directors continued whispering among themselves, clustering together, arguing quietly about power and positioning. Jun watched sadly from the side. He realized no one was planning strategy. Remembering meetings from his past life, Jun expected sharp analysis, decisive planning, something worthy of power. Instead, he clenched his fist in disappointment. Finally, Yal closed his eyes and ordered everyone to leave and focus on gathering information. The directors stood, bowed, and left, still arguing until the very end about hierarchy. Jun remained kneeling as the room emptied. Yal called out to him and gave permission to stand. Jun staggered and nearly fell, supporting himself against a cabinet. He had been kneeling too long. Yao looked at him with surprise and praised him, saying that even adults could not endure sitting still for so long without showing discomfort. Jun grinned. In truth, he had simply been listening too closely to notice the pain. Yao then grew serious and asked why Jun had changed so drastically. Jun realized his grandfather had noticed the difference. Bowing his head slightly, Jun said he would not endure it anymore. Because his parents were passive, he had endured everything until now, but he was too angry to keep holding back. Yao stared at his grandson in silence. At moments like this, a few tears would have fit the scene perfectly. Instead, Jun suddenly felt arms wrap around him. Yao dropped to one knee and hugged him. Jun froze in shock. Feeling sympathy for his grandson, Yao smiled. Jun decided to push things further. With calm confidence, he told his grandfather they should be friends with all three. Yao grabbed Jun's shoulders, eyes wide, demanding to know what he was talking about. With an innocent expression, Jun explained that he meant what they discussed earlier about the next president. His words stunned Yao. Jun smiled slightly and said that since the president was the most powerful person in the country, and it was unclear who would win, it was smarter to be friends with all three candidates. Yao frowned, thinking carefully. Jun asked if it was possible. Yao's lips curled into a smile. He replied that the more friends one had, the better. Then he laughed loudly. Jun smiled to himself, deciding that was enough for today. Standing up, Yao asked if Jun wanted to go play. Then he added that he had work to do and told Jun to send Yonan to him. Watching his grandson leave, Yao frowned thoughtfully. He picked up the corded phone and ordered his secretary to treat all three candidates like VIPs, expressing hopes for a successful resolution. After hanging up, Yao smiled in disbelief. His 10-year-old grandson had just played political chess like a seasoned strategist. Yonan soon entered. Yao smiled and reminded him that, for now, he was speaking as a grandfather, not a chairman. Nervous, Yonan scratched the back of his head. When asked for a solution, Yonan said that if the military was deployed, things would quiet down, the current government would remain, and its successor would become the next president. Yao barely smiled and said he would trust him and stand behind him. Yonan froze in shock. Yao asked if he could trust him. Yonan looked away, unable to answer. Disappointed, Yao waved him off. As Yonan left, Yao leaned back, realizing that the younger one was better suited for this era. Jun peeked from around the corner and grinned. That evening, Yi's car drove down the highway. Donggyo asked her husband what his father had said. Yoongi replied that his father told him to focus on educating his sons. Looking into the rearview mirror, he called out to Jun. He told him he wasn't angry and that Jun had already been punished. Yoongi added that their grandfather would send both boys to a personal tutor. Sangun screamed in fear, but Yoongi reassured him that attendance was optional. He then asked Jun's opinion. Jun realized he no longer needed a teacher, but since it was his grandfather's order, he agreed. Yoongi nodded, saying he would prepare everything. Jun noticed his brother leaning closer, whispering that Jun had been amazing today and thanking him for making Kangun cry. Jun smiled, realizing his brother had been holding resentment too. The date shifted to June 29, 1987. On television, the president delivered a historic address as crowds gathered around small shop TVs. Jun sipped juice through a straw, watching calmly. He knew exactly what would happen next. When they reached home, Jun entered under security supervision. A worker told him his grandfather had come to see him. Shocked, Jun turned just as shouting echoed from inside. Donggyo stood firm, telling Yao she had never claimed a share in the company and never would. She understood his intention to raise Jun as a successor, but reminded him that Jun was only 10 and should choose his own future. Yao grew furious, accusing her of rejecting his final chance. Donggyo clenched her fists, apologized, then calmly said she and Yoongi wanted Jun to live freely. Jun stepped forward and called out to his grandfather. Yao spread his arms and smiled, lifting Jun with ease and asking if he had just returned from school. Jun glanced at his mother, surprised by her courage. When asked if he was angry, Yao smiled and said he had only raised his voice slightly. Jun stared at them blankly, realizing they thought he understood nothing. He asked them not to fight over him and said that when he grew up, he would become exactly what he wanted. Yao grimaced. Jun smiled faintly and added that this was why he would become the boss of a big company, just like his grandfather. Yao burst into laughter, delighted. He said talent sometimes skipped a generation. Donggyo stared in shock, speechless. Yao grabbed Jun's shoulders and happily asked Donggyo if she still had objections. Tears filled her eyes as she turned away to prepare tea. Later, Yao sat beside Jun in his room filled with books and asked if he remembered what he said about befriending 3 people. Jun smiled. He remembered everything. Yao explained that he had already sent gifts to them. Things, however, had taken an unexpected turn. Jun listened closely as his grandfather described alliances forming. Smiling, Jun asked if those 3 people were the candidates for president. Yao smiled, confirming that each of them wanted to become something like a ruler. If the second and third candidates united and won, they would become the leader and deputy. Yang Qiao immediately rejected this idea. Hearing this, Jun raised his hands and closed his eyes, saying that in that case, there was no reason for the second and third to unite, because among them, only one could ever become the leader. Asking if this meant they were never truly united. Jun opened his eyes and calmly replied that the third place would never help the second without receiving something in return. Someone ranked 10th or 20th might help for nothing, but never the third. That position was too close to the throne. Yang Qiao frowned deeply. Throughout his life, every influential person he met assumed unity was natural, yet his grandson was the only one who said it could never happen. Yang Qiao slowly extended his hand and placed it on Jun's head. Smiling, he asked how Jun could be so sharp at such a young age. Jun smiled back, saying nothing. The next morning, his car drove along a wooded highway. Jun sat in the back seat, staring out the window, his mood sinking as familiar scenery passed by. His parents asked why he suddenly wanted to visit the western coast. Jun smiled and said his textbook mentioned a secluded place where the western sea connected with the northern one, and he wanted to see it himself. They exchanged puzzled looks. In truth, that wasn't the reason. Jun needed to confirm something. Standing near a small shop, Jun decided to check what he looked like now. When he glanced toward a nearby house, shock froze him in place. He covered his mouth, panic rising as he imagined facing his parents from his past life. Then he noticed an elderly couple chatting happily behind a window. Tears welled up in Jun's eyes. He lowered his hands and whispered, calling them Mom and Dad. Relief washed over him. They were alive. Suddenly, the door opened. His former mother stepped outside and startled him by asking why he was crying. Jun stared at her, speechless. His former father followed, crossing his arms and smiling as he asked if the boy was lost. Jun quickly denied it, saying he was looking for a friend's house. When asked about the friend's name, Jun hesitated and mentioned it. The couple froze. They said no one by that name lived nearby. Then the woman casually mentioned their daughter Henji. Jun's mouth fell open. In his past life, there had never been a child named Henji. Reality shifted. The version of him from the previous timeline didn't exist here. The newspaper slid off the table inside the house, revealing a headline announcing the presidential election victory. Elsewhere, Yang Qiao leaned back, staring at the paper. He smiled faintly, remembering Jun's words. Now he understood. His grandson's instincts had been right. Back at home, Jun sat at the table, arms crossed, deep in thought. The future was already changing. The appearance of Henji proved it. The more things shifted, the more dangerous it became. His greatest weapon, knowledge of the future, was slowly losing accuracy. Jun frowned. Before turning 20, he needed to prepare everything. He needed land, influence, shares, power. He remembered the car accident that would kill him on his 20th birthday. That death had to be prevented at all costs. A knock interrupted his thoughts. His mother entered, smiling gently and calling his name. Jun smiled back and followed her, clenching his fists. No matter how much he thought, there was only one way forward. Act carefully, observe results, adjust daily. That evening, the lights of the S Hotel shone brightly. Yang Chial smiled widely when he saw Jun run toward him. The boy hugged his grandfather, still not used to the affection, but unable to resist it either. They sat together under a glowing chandelier. Yang Chial looked at Jun with satisfaction. Clearly, things had gone well. Jun asked innocently if something good had happened. Yang Chial laughed and said seeing him already made him feel better, promising to buy him anything he wanted. Jun raised an eyebrow and asked if this was because of his grades. Yang Chial froze. Jun calmly announced that he had scored perfect marks in every subject, 100 points each, the only student in his class to do so. Yang Chial burst out laughing, saying it was too late to buy a horse today. Jun smiled, pretending to be modest, saying he didn't even know how to ride one yet. When he asked why his grandfather was being so generous, Yang Chial explained that thanks to Jun's advice, the company had grown stronger and secured another 5 years of stability. Jun asked for something more. Yang Chial pondered, then suggested building another ranch. Jun's eyes lit up. This was exactly what he wanted. When asked where, Yang Chial mentioned a place north of Seoul, already home to a ranch. Jun hesitated. That wasn't the location he wanted. With a thoughtful expression, Jun said that since they lived in Gangnam, it was too far. Yang Chial laughed, calling him picky. Jun countered confidently, saying there was no ranch in the south and that it could be built. After all, Grandpa could create anything. Yang Chial laughed loudly, clearly pleased. He explained that out of Sang's many branches, most were built by his own hands. Creation required obsession, patience, and hunger. Jun realized this wasn't just about a ranch. This was a business lesson. Yang Chial placed a hand on Jun's shoulder and said he would help him take his first step. A map of Seoul and its surrounding regions was brought in. Yang Chial handed Jun a marker and told him to choose wisely. Jun stared at the map, heart racing. Land values here would skyrocket in 10 or 20 years. This was the foundation for absorbing Sang Group in the future. Jun circled a location. Southern Nui. The assistants reported that it was a rural area with poor infrastructure, low population, and almost no development potential. Yang Chial tapped the table, thinking. Then he ordered them to investigate land purchases above 50,000 won. Jin furrowed his eyebrows and smiled quietly, thinking about everything he had just accomplished. The man across from him stood up and walked away from the table, heading toward the exit. The grandfather folded his hands on the table and looked at the boy, saying calmly that the land Jun had chosen was nothing but a mud hole. If it were up to him, he would never have bought it, that it would take a very long time for the land to generate any income. Jun's eyes widened and explained that Jun was different. In 20 or 30 years, that land could become extremely valuable. Jun would live long enough to see those changes, which meant he could treat the land as savings and preserve it for the future. But inside, Jun was already shaking his head. He wouldn't need to wait 20 or 30 years. In just 2 years, this land would turn into a brand new city in Bundon. He imagined skyscrapers rising everywhere. Reaching for his sushi, Jun thought calmly that he had just secured 50,000 pyong right in the center of a future city. As he chewed, the conversation shifted. Someone asked whether the man truly intended to run for the Jongno district seat. He answered yes without hesitation. Soyeon smiled and commented that although he was a newcomer, he had strong middle-class support. The chairman frowned and replied that he already had a deputy in Jongno who could respond instantly. Soyeon arched her eyebrows and said it was a pity her father had to spend money on someone like that. The man frowned and reminded her that he was the one who paved the way for the man's rise to the prosecutor general's office. Embarrassed, the man apologized. Soyeon slammed her hand down and shouted that he didn't deserve such treatment. The man smiled faintly and asked if she really thought that. He reminded her that he made her father chief prosecutor using money and influence, and turned him into a deputy prosecutor as well. All of it was done to turn them into loyal guard dogs for the Sang group. The man looked down, his face flushed red, fist clenched tightly. The man turned toward Choi's son-in-law and folded his arms across his chest. The man shouted, and Joel frowned, immediately telling him to get rid of the nonsense and useless thoughts filling his head. The man nodded, explaining that after just one phone call from the chairman, all his relatives working in prosecution and justice were quietly exiled to provincial posts. The chairman then turned to Soyeon, pointing out that she owned a department store and still dared to feel dissatisfied. She clasped her hands, realizing he had seen straight through her plan to push her husband into politics, seize power, and eliminate her brothers to take over the group. She lowered her head and apologized. The chairman calmly told them all to be content with what they had. Jun sipped his drink through a straw and glanced sideways. Soyeon and her fiancé walked past, their faces filled with frustration. Jun smiled faintly. Greed had crushed them again. It must sting watching sibling after sibling rise while being quietly erased from the inheritance list. Closing his eyes, Jun relaxed. He could safely eliminate them from his mental checklist. The grandfather smiled and asked if Jun was bored. Jun replied that everything was fine and that he was reading. The man approached with an envelope and said it was a good habit to always keep a book nearby. He handed the envelope to Jun. Jun took it in surprise and asked what it was. The total area was 88,000 pyong. Jun's eyes widened. His grandfather had added another 30,000 beyond the original discussion of 50,000. Jun pointed this out. The man chuckled, nodding that Jun remembered numbers well. There were multiple owners, but their individual plots were small, so he bought several. Jun immediately understood. With 80,000 pyong, the compensation alone in 2 or 3 years would reach 16 billion won. The grandfather asked if Jun liked it that much. Jun smiled and nodded. Closing his eyes, Jun imagined a massive white building. Apartments in Bundon would soon sell for 75 million won per unit. Jun hugged his grandfather, thanking him. The old man hugged him back. Jun smiled, thinking that being a little nice wasn't a bad idea when you've just been gifted 16 billion won. The Constitution of the Sixth Republic took effect. A president was directly elected. The July 7th Declaration was announced, promoting inter-Korean exchange and improved relations with the United States and North Korea. Market conditions peaked. People flooded into Seoul and housing prices exploded. The government announced plans to build 2 million homes. Cranes filled the skyline. Entire districts transformed. When the map was unveiled, the chairman smiled and said it was incredible. Haki asked what he meant. The chairman pointed to the map and said this was where Jun's ranch was built. Haki's eyes widened. That was the new city. The chairman smiled, saying the kid had thought 100 steps ahead and beaten everyone to it, all within a single year. The most ironic part was that he had originally opposed buying that land. The chairman laughed loudly. Later that night, Jun stared at his bank documents, covering his mouth as he giggled. 14 billion won. He planned to sell only 60,000 pyong for now and wait for the remaining 20,000 to rise further. His grandfather had said it clearly. This was Jun's money. Jun bowed his head over the table, laughing quietly. At future market prices, this would exceed 100 billion won. Then there was a knock at the door. Jun froze. Jun looked at his parents in surprise and nodded. They sat down on the sofa opposite him. His mother gently asked what he planned to do with the money. Jun raised his eyebrows and casually said that he had promised his grandfather he would save it in a jar. His parents exchanged uneasy looks and asked if that was really true. Jun smiled inwardly, realizing they were worried. To them, he was still just a child who had suddenly received an insane amount of money. He needed to calm them down, even though his own plans were far more complicated. His mother asked if there was anything he wanted to buy. Jun shook his head and said his mother already bought him everything he needed. Jun then said something unexpected. What mattered more was what they wanted to do with the money. Both parents froze. Jun raised his eyebrows, confused by their reaction. His father slowly stood up and walked away. Jun watched him anxiously, his mouth slightly open. His mother closed her eyes and gently held Jun's hands, smiling as she explained that his father was just overwhelmed. They could talk about it later. Jun nodded, but as she left, he frowned, wondering if he had said something wrong. Outside, his parents spoke quietly. His mother brushed it off, saying those were just words from an immature child and that he meant well. His father adjusted his glasses and admitted he wasn't angry, just ashamed. When Jun spoke, his heart had started racing. To him, that money represented a chance. His mother widened her eyes. His father clenched his fist, confessing that, as a parent, he felt pathetic drooling over his child's money. She smiled and took his arm, saying it was natural. With that much money, their family could even live abroad together. That was the future she imagined. Jun stood by the door, listening quietly, smiling to himself. They truly loved him. Later, Jun approached his father on the sofa and apologized. His father smiled and said he wasn't angry, only surprised. Then he asked what Jun wanted to do now. Jun opened his eyes wide and said he would do whatever he wanted. His father blinked in surprise and asked what that was. Jun looked up at him calmly and said he wanted to become the president of a company even bigger than his grandfather. His father burst out laughing. Jun didn't understand what was so funny. Saying Group was the #1 company in Korea. His father smiled kindly and said Jun dreamed big. Jun replied that this was why he needed his dad's help. His father adjusted his glasses and said he didn't think he could help much. He had studied business in England, but his true passion had always been cinema. Jun's eyes lit up. That was exactly what he needed. He asked if his father still had contacts from his time studying in England. His father stared at him in shock and slowly folded his hands, studying his son carefully. Elsewhere, the Sayang Group building glowed in the sunset. Yonan clenched his teeth in frustration after hearing that Jun had received 14 billion won as land compensation, with another 10 billion coming later. Even if Jun simply put the money in the bank, the interest alone would be enormous. Apartments, rental income, endless possibilities. Yonan shouted that it wasn't the point. His grandfather was a man who never gave away even a single one without reason, yet he had handed Jun a ranch, land, and full control over the money. That alone said everything. Compared to that, Yonan realized how little he himself was valued. Back at Jun's house, the evening sky glowed pink. His father opened the door to greet an old friend from England. Jun widened his eyes in shock as the man introduced himself. Sean, chairman of PowerShares Korea. Jun froze. In the future, this company would grow into a financial monster, managing hundreds of trillions of won. To Jun, it was like meeting the Warren Buffett of Korea before the world realized who he was. Sean asked if he could speak to Jun alone. His father smiled and encouraged Jun to listen carefully. Sean placed his briefcase against the wall and sat down, folding his hands calmly. He said he heard Jun wanted to become a businessman. Jun nodded without hesitation. Sean asked if Jun wanted to follow in his grandfather's footsteps. Jun replied that he wanted something even bigger. Sean smiled and said Sayang was already the largest company in Korea. Wanting more sounded greedy. Jun smiled and said it wasn't greed, it was a dream. Sean laughed, saying Jun had inherited his grandfather's hunger and his father's imagination. Jun asked if Sean himself ran a big company. Sean nodded, explaining that his business was different. His job was to make rich people even richer. Jun's eyes widened. He asked if Sean dealt with people who had a lot of money. Sean confirmed it. Jun then asked if Sean could increase his money too. Sean laughed, then shook his head. He explained that all his clients were already wealthy adults. Jun asked if his father hadn't told him about his money. Confused, Sean listened as Jun explained he had 14 billion won now, with another 10 billion coming soon. Sean froze. 14 billion. Jun casually handed him a notebook and said it was an investment plan he had created. Sean slowly flipped through the pages. His expression changed. Sweat formed on his brow as he read projections, stock strategies, and long-term investment structures. Jun sipped his drink calmly, watching Sean's reaction. Sean finally closed the notebook and asked how a 12-year-old could know such things. Jun smiled and said he was just smart. Sean shook his head, saying no one would believe this came from a child. Even top university students didn't think this far ahead. Jun replied calmly that those students weren't grandchildren of a chaebol chairman, nor did they dream as big as he did. He explained that he had spent years listening to his grandfather, learning from every conversation. Sean asked if Jun's grandfather had helped with the plan. Jun smiled vaguely and said he had simply listened closely. Sean went outside to speak with Jun's father. Staring into space, he admitted that Jun was no ordinary child. This wasn't about good grades. The boy thought differently, sharper, deeper. His father smiled quietly. Sean fell silent, gripping his suitcase, realizing he needed time to think. The game had just reached another level. Yoongi reached out, trying to stop Sean, but watched him leave anyway. He froze in place, eyebrows raised, still processing Sean's words about Jun being a genius. The problem was, he didn't even know what Jun was a genius at. From inside the house, Jun watched through the window. The moment his father looked up, Jun smiled brightly and waved. Yoongi frowned, a bead of sweat forming on his face. It was already night, yet the second-floor window glowed with light. Sean paused and asked Jun directly whether he had used information from his grandfather to create the investment plan. Jun turned toward him and with an innocent expression answered yes. Sitting on a child's computer chair, he let silence fill the room. Sean closed his eyes, nodded, and said that a plan backed by the Saying Group chairman's perspective would naturally be valuable. Standing up, the wooden floor creaked. Sean adjusted the documents in his hands and said bluntly that Jun wouldn't need any investment textbooks. Jun knew he had no choice. Using his grandfather as an excuse was the only way to force his father's friend to follow the plan. Sean packed the papers into his briefcase and said that by the end of the year, an investment company in America could be established. Jun would own it entirely, keep his savings overseas, and part of the funds would cover operating costs. Jun replied calmly that those details could be handled without Sean's involvement, then added that he had one more request. Sean smiled nervously and asked what surprise was coming next. Jun grinned. Downstairs, footsteps creaked as Sean descended. Yoongi stood up from the couch and asked if Jun had caused trouble. Sean placed a heavy hand on his shoulder and said, with narrowed eyes, that he was jealous of his friend's son. Yoongi slumped onto the sofa in relief and asked why. Sean explained that Jun planned to invest only 10 billion won. Confused, Yoongi asked what Jun would do with the remaining 4 billion. Sean leaned forward and said the boy wanted to start a film production company. Yoongi froze. Sean added casually that Jun had already chosen his father as the first CEO candidate. Yoongi jumped back in shock. Sean smiled, explaining that with 4 billion won, At least 10 Korean films could be produced. Yoongi pressed his lips together, thinking, if he invested personally as well, the profits could multiply. Sean noted that Jun was frighteningly perceptive. He asked him to lead the company knowing Yoongi would never accept direct money. It was psychological judo. Yoongi lowered his gaze, silent. The next day at the chairman's residence, the secretary explained that Sean was the chairman of PowerShares Korea. Yang Cheol frowned, surprised that his son knew someone like that. Haki calmly added that they had studied together in England. Yang Cheol scoffed, saying Jun should have simply put the money in the bank for interest. Instead, he chose to start an investment company. Sean's profile lay on the desk. Yang Cheol dismissed him as a fly attracted to his grandson's money, but once alone, he leaned back and smiled. Jun was exactly like him, dissatisfied with percentages, always hungry for more. On November 3, 1989, Jun arrived in Manhattan. Skyscrapers reflected sunlight like a movie opening shot. Sean called the building slightly shabby. Jun thought it looked like a palace. Inside, a sign read Fantasy Investment Inc. Sean thought the name childish. Jun thought it was destiny. Employees gathered. Jun was introduced as CEO. They stared, stunned. Jun spoke fluent English. Sean was baffled. Jun explained that learning foreign languages was mandatory to survive at Sayang. In his past life, it had been non-negotiable. Jun immediately asked the staff to investigate a company. Martin Bell. Sean's eyes widened. Employees whispered, confused, thinking he meant a computer brand. Jun explained calmly. At age 12, Martin sold stamps directly, bypassing auction fees. He used targeted marketing, simplified distribution, and later founded a world-class computer company. Sean stared. How did a child know this? Jun smiled. Martin had earned money at 12 without a rich grandfather. Wasn't it obvious he'd become enormous? Sean ordered immediate research. Days later, they met at a burger joint. Sean explained they were late. Martin Computer already had $30 million in funding. Timing mattered. Inside the crowded restaurant, Jun spotted a man with glasses. Sean confirmed it. Martin Bell, 27 years old, one of the richest men alive. They sat down. Martin said he had 15 minutes. Sean introduced fantasy investment. Martin said he didn't need funding. Jun watched quietly. Then he spoke. He said Martin's past was Jun's present. Martin squinted. Jun explained that Martin had $2,000 at age 12. Jun already had 15 million. Martin froze. Jun declared he wanted to become a major shareholder once the company went public next year. Martin's expression changed instantly. Jun added he would buy all available shares and join the board, transferring voting rights back to Martin until resale, with a buyback option at market price. The table went silent. Martin studied the boy. Finally, he laughed. He asked the child's name. Jun smiled. Howard. Later in the car, Sean admitted he still couldn't process what he'd seen. Jun calmly said the truth. He was a 40-year-old man reborn with future knowledge. Sean stared, then crossed his arms, dismissing it as science fiction. Jun laughed. Sean sighed and looked out the window. People understood the past and future at different ages. There was no reason to doubt the mind of someone who had already lived it. The boy smiled as the plane began its descent, the runway lights stretching beneath them. Reports from the New York branch claimed the trip was just sightseeing and shopping, but holding a folder in his hands, Yang Cheol scoffed. His grandson didn't travel with Sean for leisure. This was business. The secretary bowed and promised to investigate further. Noticing his hesitation, Yang Cheol asked why he looked so tense. Haki clenched his fists and revealed that Yoongi was currently creating a film production company. The chairman froze in surprise. According to the report, the plan was nearly complete. Filming would begin next year, and Yoongi was attempting to manage 2 projects at once. The folder slipped from Yang Qiao's hand. Grinding his teeth, he demanded to know whether Yoongi was using his son's money. Haki confirmed it. 4 billion won. The old man slammed the table, crossing his arms in anger. He snapped that his grandson had made a mistake by gaining recognition but failing to spend money properly. Even if the money belonged to Jun, it should not be wasted so carelessly. Haki cautiously objected, saying the film project could succeed. Yang Qiao shot him a deadly look and replied that Yoongi had lived his entire life like a slacker. Making movies was not easy. If it were, there wouldn't be so many box office disasters. Still, Haki added that if even one film succeeded, it would prove Jun's investment instincts were terrifyingly accurate. Late that night, lights glowed in the cottage windows. Investment reports covered the table. Jun had invested around $9 million into Martin Computer and was reviewing candidates for the remaining $6 million. As he flipped through documents, one name caught his eye. Microsoft. Sean smiled and said the tech field was risky. Jun frowned. How could Bill Gates' company be dangerous? Sean explained that Microsoft's operating systems weren't receiving strong market reactions, and rumors suggested IBM might develop its own system and cut ties. Jun thought briefly about future versions of DOS and decided it didn't matter. A year or two wouldn't change the outcome. Sean admitted that if it were him, he would still choose Microsoft. Jun agreed calmly. Sometimes, betting on the future meant trusting inevitability. Jun then asked Sean to sell the remaining land. Sean was confused. Why sell before prices peaked? Jun explained that fantasy investment needed additional capital. If $15 million went into major companies, they needed liquidity to keep playing the game. Sean finally understood and slapped his knee. Half the proceeds would be reinvested, the rest held in reserve. After Sean left, Jun leaned back, legs crossed, staring at the ceiling. His knowledge of the future was incomplete. He wasn't a Wall Street trader. He had never stood on the exchange floor. His memory came from scattered articles and headlines. But he had one unbeatable weapon. Movies. In his mind, the massive Hollywood sign appeared. He remembered blockbusters, box office kings, and studios that printed money like the MCU in its prime. Film alone could carry his empire for decades. A few days later, Sean returned with a thick folder labeled Hollywood Film Production Investments. Jun smiled. When asked if this was to prove something to his father, Jun answered without hesitation. Yes. As Jun scanned the list, one title annoyed him. Phantom Romance had already been released, but another caught his attention. A small family film still in production. The lead actor was a child. Sean dismissed it immediately, saying the budget had ballooned and production was shaky. The film had been transferred between studios and was stalled. Jun's eyes widened. He ordered them to invest, immediately, as much as possible. Sean snapped back, furious. Film investment wasn't like stocks. If stocks crashed, losses were controlled. A failed movie burned money with no exit. This wasn't investing. It was gambling. He flatly refused. Jun didn't look away. He said quietly that this would be the only time. In the future, he would stay silent on investments. Then he reminded Sean of something simple. Fantasy investment could afford to lose everything. After all, the richest man in Korea was his grandfather. Sean's veins bulged, then he exhaled slowly. Fine. Jun added one condition. Secure exclusive Korean distribution rights. Sean agreed. That was easy. They were the only investors. Sean left in a foul mood. Jun's mother watched him go, worried, but Jun smiled and said there was nothing to fear. Sean's anger would vanish the moment he saw the box office numbers. In Jun's hands was a single document. Home Alone. Time fast-forwarded. Microsoft released DOS 3, exploded into the PC market, and its stock surged. Martin Computer shares skyrocketed. Sean went from furious to euphoric. The $8 million invested in Home Alone was already paying off beyond expectations. Then the film premiered. Kevin screamed, traps snapped, the world laughed. Home Alone earned over 30 billion won in the US alone. Global release would push it even higher. Sean joked that Jun might become the richest underclassman on the planet. Jun smiled calmly. He was already preparing for high school. Yoongi stormed in, complaining about his schedule. Sean asked whether Yoongi's film could even find theater space. Yoongi admitted the truth. Every theater was waiting for Home Alone. Any competing film would be forgotten overnight. Sean grinned. He handed Yoongi a document. Full Korean distribution rights. Jun explained the plan. Only theaters that screened his father's film during the holidays would receive Home Alone. New Year's Eve was the perfect choke point. Yoongi stared at the paper, stunned, then rushed out to execute the deal. Sean laughed. His friend hadn't even asked where the documents came from. Jun then asked Sean to prepare a list of all films releasing that year. He planned to invest the $200 million fantasy investment had earned. Sean broke into a sweat. The return rate for employees was already 22%. Jun calculated quickly. 6 cycles a year meant 600% returns at minimum. Sean promised to prepare everything. Jun collapsed onto the bed, exhausted but satisfied. For the next 3 years, he would focus on school. Maintaining top grades was the price of his grandfather's trust. A knock came at the door. His mother peeked in and suggested dinner. Jun smiled and agreed. Downstairs, Yoongi rushed out, checking his watch. He said the film released today and he wanted to see it with his own eyes. Jun watched his father leave and smiled. The future wasn't coming anymore. After that, Jun opened a printed newspaper. He flipped to the middle and began reading casually when something suddenly caught his attention. He lowered the paper onto the coffee table. Every newspaper carried articles criticizing Ain Motors. Jun covered his mouth thoughtfully. This wasn't supposed to happen yet. In his memory, Ain Motors didn't truly collapse until after the 1997 financial crisis, and even then, it was absorbed by Diane Motors a year later. Rolling his eyes slightly, Jun considered 2 possibilities. Either the future had already changed because of him, or this was a one-time public criticism, part of the government's attempt to rein in large corporations. Turning his head, he called out to his mother in the kitchen. Without standing up, she answered. Jun asked when they would visit his grandfather. She replied that they would go tomorrow. Jun asked if he could go alone earlier. Smiling, she said he could go after breakfast and that his grandfather would like it. Watching her set the plates on the table, Jun asked if she would go to the cinema since today was the premiere. His mother replied that if there were no spectators, she would feel very nervous. Jun couldn't reassure her. The truth was, he remembered almost nothing about this film. Maybe it never even existed in the original timeline. Either way, he had already given his father a chance. What happened next depended on him alone. The next day, Jun stood quietly outside under the bright sun, simply watching. The chairman's residence glowed in the light. An elderly housekeeper told him his grandfather was in the office with guests. Jun said he would wait in the living room. He noticed 2 pairs of men's shoes in the hallway. Sitting on the large leather sofa, Jun couldn't stop thinking about the newspaper articles and the early morning meeting upstairs. He pressed his hands to his mouth, eyes focused forward. In his mind, he imagined the conversation unfolding. Yang Chial sat behind his desk, asking whether Yoongi was confident he could take over Ain Motors. Yoongi confirmed it. Acquiring Ain would secure second place in the industry, and if successful, Sang would become #1 in the country. Yang Chial entrusted the task to the vice chairman and ordered him to coordinate with Chairman Lee, demanding Ain be taken within a year. He promised to hand over the entire automobile industry if he succeeded. The men present widened their eyes in shock. Yoongi smiled brightly. The secretary stiffened. Giving away the automobile industry was nearly equivalent to handing over the entire conglomerate. He suspected the chairman had already chosen a successor. But Yang Qiao clarified calmly. He wasn't giving away all of Sang, only the automobile sector. Transferring those shares wouldn't threaten control, and even that alone would generate massive personal wealth. He smirked, saying Yoongi probably thought the same. When the meeting ended, Jun entered the office. He asked if his grandfather worked even on holidays. Yang Qiao replied that he had already finished. Jun's eyes landed on a newspaper headline on the desk. Lazy management of ownerless companies exposes structural weakness in large corporations. Jun's eyes sparkled. Today's meeting really had been about Ain Motors. He casually mentioned that his uncle seemed unusually cheerful. Yang Qiao brushed it off as holiday mood. Then Jun pointed at a folder on the desk. The title read, Restructuring the Domestic Automobile Industry and Government Support Measures. Jun froze. Suddenly, everything clicked. He asked why there was such noise about Ain Motors in the media today. Yang Qiao smiled and asked what was strange about it. Jun replied that whenever Sang appeared in newspapers, his grandfather usually became furious and demanded to know who leaked it. Yang Qiao laughed softly and explained that newspapers don't sell truth. They sell justifications. Traffic jams justify road construction. Urban complaints justify redevelopment. Jun listened, stunned. Then he asked the key question, who benefited from the articles about Ain Motors? Yang Qiao answered calmly, a competitor who wanted to weaken Ain. Jun's eyes widened. Did that mean Dayan Motors or Sang itself? Yang Qiao smiled and gently stroked Jun's head. Jun's heart pounded. In his original timeline, Dayan Motors absorbed Ain, not Sang. That meant his grandfather had failed back then. Now history was already shifting. At lunch, the entire family gathered. Plates filled the table. Relatives watched quietly as Yang Qiao suddenly asked his second daughter, not Jun's mother, to bring soup. The room froze. His mother watched in shock. The hierarchy had changed. Jun smiled faintly. His grandfather had acknowledged his parents in front of everyone. Later, Jun sneaked back into the office. He searched the documents on the desk, spreading them across the floor. His expression darkened. This wasn't a takeover plan. It was a government-backed consolidation policy. If Diane absorbed Ain, monopoly concerns would arise. That made Sang the only acceptable buyer. Jun clenched his fists. His grandfather was planning to manipulate policy itself. Footsteps echoed. Yang Qiao stood behind him. Jun froze. One wrong word could destroy years of trust. Choosing carefully, Jun told the truth, slightly bent. He said he had read the newspaper, noticed the folder, and became curious. He apologized for touching the documents. Yang Qiao stared at him for a long moment. Then he smiled. He praised Jun's curiosity and perseverance, but warned him never to enter the office alone again. The crisis passed, but Jun knew the real problem remained. Leaving the office, Jun clenched his fists. If Sang absorbed Ain, his future plans would collapse. He needed to stop the government itself from supporting this consolidation. Later, reports came in. The chairman of the Hami Group had purchased land in advance. Politicians had accepted bribes. Yang Qiao grimaced. The secretary advised staying away from the Blue House. This fire would be difficult to control. Yang Qiao slammed the folder shut. They would give up Ain Motors. The report was thrown into the trash. That night, Jun sat in his chair, sipping juice through a straw, legs crossed. He knew chaos wouldn't come immediately, but the anonymous information he had leaked would slowly spread. Sooner or later, the public would notice. And when they did, the future would shift once again. Dunn placed the bottle of juice on the table, his fingers tightening around it. That would be enough. With political circles shaken for a while longer, the government would have no choice but to reject Sang's proposal. They simply wouldn't have the time or stability to deal with anything else. Sunlight poured through the panoramic windows of towering skyscrapers. Sitting across from him on the sofa, Sean looked up from his documents when Dunn spoke. The boy suggested that Sean leave power shares and fully join fantasy investment. After all, Sean already owned 2% of the company, and the money he earned here would allow his salary to grow far beyond what he had now. Without lifting his eyes from the paperwork, Sean replied that he had no intention of going anywhere. Dunn widened his eyes in surprise and asked why. Sean calmly answered that his boss owned 98% of the shares and made investment decisions that were consistently successful. There was barely any work left for anyone else. Looking up, he asked if that wasn't true. A bead of sweat rolled down Dunn's temple. It shouldn't be like this. He needed a different approach. Clutching his knees, Dunn proposed creating a Korean branch to transfer part of the funds and manage them domestically. He casually mentioned that his grandfather also had a secret fund. Sean's pen froze. Dunn realized that during recent inquiries into who managed his money, his grandfather had concluded that Sean was capable enough to handle that fund. Sean frowned in displeasure. This wasn't information a child should know. Dunn explained calmly that he would only withdraw the money he personally invested in Martin Computer. Sean could manage his grandfather's fund and the remaining assets. Sean frowned deeply and asked if Dunn was really planning to pull money out of Martin Computer. Dunn nodded. He planned to do it early next year. Sean jumped to his feet, anger flashing across his face. Martin was a golden goose, smashing income ceilings every single day. The stock had never fallen since going public. Selling it made no sense. Leaning back into the sofa, Dunn closed his eyes and said they would talk about it later. Then he asked Sean what he thought about the Korean branch idea. Smiling faintly, Dunn clarified that this wasn't a proposal. It was a request. Sean narrowed his eyes and turned toward the window. The anger didn't leave his face, but after a long silence he said they would talk after he finished his work. Dunn smiled. He was ready to accept any conditions. Sean moved toward his desk. Dunn knew he needed an adult who wouldn't treat him like a child, someone smart and experienced. Until he became an adult himself, only Sean could fill that role. Sean turned back and asked what Dunn planned to do with the money from Martin Computer. Dunn casually replied that he wanted to invest in Japan. Sean nearly exploded. He slammed his foot down and sat heavily in the chair, snapping that newspapers were already screaming about the bubble bursting and Japan entering its greatest economic crisis. Dunn calmly replied that the greatest opportunities always appear during the greatest crises. Sean crossed his legs and scoffed. Only successful people say that. Everyone else dies trying. Dunn smiled and asked quietly if Sean thought he couldn't be that one in a million. Sean stared at him suspiciously. Dunn's smile felt unsettling. Elsewhere, morning sunlight rose over another skyscraper. Yoongi sat at his desk asking his children how their meeting with their grandfather had gone. Yonan crossed his arms and replied that their grandfather advised them to go to Europe and stay there until they were 30. Yoongi frowned and asked if Yonan had lost his temper. Yonan replied that he smiled, said he would try harder and left. Yoongi leaned back and praised his restraint, but he warned them that now their grandfather would watch their every move. Any rumors could affect not just them, but everyone around them. The siblings exchanged irritated looks. Then Yoongi announced that once his daughter graduated next year, he would arrange her marriage immediately. She protested sharply, saying no one got married right after university anymore. Yoongi silenced her. All they had done in life was be born with their grandfather's blood. If that favor disappeared, None of them would enjoy life anymore. Yonan looked away, irritated. Yoongi explained that their grandfather's favor had shifted. It was now focused on the youngest child. The room fell silent. Information had reached Yoongi that his father had personally watched the film Dun's family produced. Everyone was stunned. Yoongi told them to behave, visit their grandfather often, and not cause trouble. When the Sang group eventually fell into his hands, they would be free to live as they wished. After they left, Yoongi removed his glasses and pinched the bridge of his nose. Ain Motors should have been his. Since then, too many problems had been resolved directly by the chairman without his involvement. Rumors spread through the conglomerate. Branch presidents argued, authority shifted. Yoongi clenched his fist. The child who was never considered a threat was now turning everything upside down. Fantasy Investment officially established its Korean branch. Sean became the representative in both the U.S. and Korea. Their relationship subtly changed. Sean stopped openly objecting and began listening more carefully. Sean questioned whether selling all Martin computer shares at once was wise. Dunn replied calmly that they had already made 100-fold profit. There was no reason to be greedy. Sean sighed, arguing was pointless. Documents spilled across the table. Sean admitted he was struggling to find the next investment target. Dunn scanned the pages until one word caught his eye. Power banks. He smiled. Its founder was a third-generation Japanese-Korean. It didn't even plan to go public. Dunn smiled wider. That meant opportunity. His grandfather's words echoed in his mind. Everything has a price. Sean asked how much Dunn wanted to offer. Dunn answered casually, start at 10 times, go up to 50. Sean nearly dropped the documents. Dunn reminded him that Martin had already grown 100 times. Power banks could do the same. Sean warned him it was a gamble. Dunn replied calmly that you can't play poker alone. Eventually, Sean agreed to push the deal. Days later, Sean returned with news. He had secured the shares at 35 times the price. Now all they could do was trust Dunn's luck. Dunn smiled and said everything would be fine. He pierced the lid of his yogurt with a straw and told Sean to sell Martin shares, buy power banks, and keep the rest for himself. Next year, Dunn would enter high school and focus entirely on academics. Sean laughed, saying it was the first time he'd heard a student talk about studying so awkwardly. Dunn smiled and said he wanted to study law. Sean froze. Dunn explained calmly. His grandfather was the best entrepreneur in Korea. His uncle studied economics abroad. There was nothing new for him there. Law was different. He wanted to prove something. That even a third-generation chaebol could earn admission through pure academic ability. That evening, Dunn sat with his grandfather, drinking tea. When Dunn said he planned to attend a regular Korean school, his grandfather frowned and immediately proposed sending him to Switzerland. Dunn smiled and said he planned to attend the University of Seoul, specifically the law faculty. Yang Chial was displeased. Dunn explained gently that law school demanded the highest scores, no shortcuts, no dirty tricks. Society would be forced to recognize true ability. Memories flashing through his mind of other businessmen boasting about their grandchildren. This was different. Looking at Dunn, Yang Chial smiled and said that no one in his life had ever made him happier than his youngest grandson. When Dunn enrolled in law school, he could ask for any gift he wanted. Dunn smiled softly. This time the gift wouldn't be a car. It would be power. Jun pictured Yao standing in front of the company building. In July 1994, Power Bank shares officially went public at 18,900 yen per share, the highest price at listing. The chairman appeared in a black suit on opening day, and the company's market capitalization instantly exploded past 200 billion yen. Jun watched green numbers pile up. His investment of $230 million turned into $850 million, netting him $620 million in just 1 year. Before the bubble burst, Jun sold every single share. For the next 3 years of high school, he disappeared from the market completely and focused on studying. Occasionally, he invested in Hollywood films purely as a hobby, projects like Love on the Titanic directed by James Cameron, treating movies the way billionaires treat golf. Sangin graduated from high school without incident and left for America to study, lacking the credits to enter a top domestic university. At the airport, departure boards flashed overhead as his brother waved goodbye. Jun watched calmly. From the very beginning, no expectations had ever been placed on Sangin, which ironically gave him freedom to pursue what he truly wanted. As the plane climbed through the blue sky, Jun stared out the window. Now all eyes were on him, the only third-generation heir still standing in the spotlight of the Sang group. He wondered what would happen once he entered Seoul University. Some people watched his grades with admiration, others with fear. Only his parents and grandfather watched him with hope. The day before entrance exam results were announced, Yal sat in his office on the phone, smiling. His youngest grandson ranked 39th nationwide. Among humanities students alone, Jun ranked 10th out of 400, scoring 367 out of 400. Only 6 points separated him from first place. The gap was so small it felt like bad RNG rather than lack of ability. When Yal received the results, he proudly told everyone that Jun would study law at Seoul University, even though those scores were strong enough for Harvard or Oxford. Scholarships, he said, should go to students who need them. Their family could pay full tuition easily, but Jun was simply too talented to refuse recognition. The mansion glowed under the setting sun as Yal handed the PR manager the results and ordered him to leak the information. Reporters swarmed Jun calm and composed. He said he had studied with private tutors for a year and that the cost of his education could cover journalists' salaries for 10 years. His father lowered his head in silence. His mother looked uneasy. Jun crossed his arms and asked the reporters a simple question. Did they really believe the grandson of the richest man in the country sat alone grinding textbooks? When they mentioned the student who placed first, a boy from Jeju Island, Jun suggested they go interview him instead. Articles about Jun, he said, should please his grandfather, nothing more. By the end of 1996, champagne flowed at the Sang Hotel. Relatives congratulated Jun, calling him a future prosecutor general. Jun calmly corrected them. Prosecutors are appointed by presidents. He planned to become a corporate mergers and acquisitions lawyer. Yanam, watching closely, realized Jun wasn't trying to compete with him anymore. That made him dangerous. Later that night, Yanam offered to take Jun somewhere fun. The car drove into a private villa. An employee rushed forward, apologizing. Yanam exploded, striking him for failing to bring a popular actress. Jun watched silently, reminded of scenes from his past life. When Jun told Yanam to stop, the room froze. Yanam forced a smile, dismissed the employee, and pretended nothing happened. Jun saw through it. Power made people ugly when no one was watching. Over drinks, Yanam spoke about loyalty. Employees, he said, only pretend to be loyal. Blood relatives are different. Brothers share everything. Jun drank quietly, knowing the truth. In his past life, this same cousin sent his own brother to prison over money. Loyalty didn't exist here. Only timing did. The man looked at his cousin kindly, smiled, and said he didn't care whether Jun became a prosecutor or a lawyer. Jun looked at him in surprise. Yanam grinned and said that if Jun stood on his side and helped him, he would make him the second most powerful person in the entire corporation. Jun pressed his lips together and studied his cousin carefully. Yanam closed his eyes, shook his head, and said Jun was the only person in the family with real potential. Everyone else was incompetent. Even if they magically matured overnight, they still lacked what it took to run a business. Jun stared at him silently as Yanam continued, saying Jun was different and that someone with his brain should be used properly. Jun narrowed his eyes. He wasn't sure if Yanam was trying to control him or genuinely wanted him as an advisor. Before he could answer, someone called Yanam's name. Two women stood at the doorway, smiling, one of them waving and joking that it felt like forever since their last meeting. Yanam greeted them cheerfully. Jun recognized them instantly. Celebrities, the kind you see on TV every weekend. Jun stood up, apologized for leaving early, said he was tired and wished them a good time. Yanam didn't stop him. Jun stepped onto the porch, loosened his tie, inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly. His indifferent expression returned. It was the first time he had really drunk alcohol since his rebirth, and he had nearly overdone it. The cold night air helped. The driver was asleep in the car, a faint bruise still visible on his face. Jun studied him through the glass. When Jun got in, the man woke up in panic, apologizing repeatedly. Jun told him it was fine and apologized instead for making him wait. As the car drove off, Jun rested his head on his hand and asked if the man worked in the strategic planning office. The driver stiffened in shock. Jun calmly explained there were two groups there: elite families who actually planned strategy and the others who ran errands and cleaned up messes. Jun said the driver belonged to the second group. The man's grip tightened on the wheel. Jun told him quietly that he understood that humiliation because he had lived that life once too. Then Jun smiled and said something unexpected. The driver was luckier than those so-called elites. Jun explained that his grandfather was nearly 80. When he was gone, the chairman's children would tear each other apart like animals fighting over meat. Information would become more valuable than loyalty. People would pay fortunes for secrets. In the long run, someone like the driver could make far more money than the polished fools upstairs. The driver demanded to know why Jun was telling him this. Jun replied calmly that he wasn't his employee, but some truths were worth hearing. Then he closed his eyes, told the man to wake him when they arrived, and casually called him bro. The city lights passed outside as Jun imagined the future. 1997, the steel company collapsed, banks panicked, corporations circled like predators. A feeding frenzy was coming. CEO Yang Chao stared at the paper in his hand, disbelief tightening his face, and quietly repeated the number, 2.37 trillion won. He looked up at the room and asked if the data was correct, but the executives avoided his eyes and stayed silent. His voice sharpened as he demanded an answer, and Yang Gi, adjusting his glasses, finally confirmed that every figure was accurate. Yang Chao looked back at the paper and said that if this was true, then Dehan Group would open bidding around that amount. He added that Dehan had far more experience in steel than Sang, meaning the real question was where they should even start bidding. The room stayed silent, heads lowered, until Yang Chao turned sharply toward his grandson and asked what he thought. Yang Jun met his gaze and answered without hesitation, 1.8 trillion won. Yang Chao's eyes widened as he demanded an explanation, and Yang Jun calmly replied that this was the absolute maximum they could afford. Yang Chao leaned back and said bluntly that if that was the case, then Dehan would win. Yang Jun spread his hands and said there was no point burning everything, because if this became a contest of money alone, they had no chance. Yang Chao tapped his cheek and reminded him this was an open auction, asking what exactly he was proposing. Yang Jun replied that they should emphasize how Siyang acquiring hand steel would benefit the entire economy. He pointed out that Dehan owned a plant, so acquiring another wouldn't change much. Yang Gi watched him closely as Yang Chao crossed his arms and ordered a report explaining the economic impact of Siyang's purchase. He stressed that it needed to be written well enough to move people's heart and gave them 1 week. Then he asked if everyone agreed on 1.8 trillion, or if anyone had another idea. A voice suggested 2.5 trillion won. Yang shot the speaker a hostile look as Yang Chao calmly asked him to explain. The man introduced himself as Zhang Chao, president of Sang Construction, and said the consortium didn't care who acquired hand steel. The government would support whoever won, meaning they would need to pay more to avoid controversy. When Yang Chao asked where the extra money would come from, Zhang Chao waved it off, saying they could use land slated for apartments as collateral and borrow 700 billion won. Yang Chao frowned and asked how they planned to repay that loan without selling apartments. Zhang Chao narrowed his eyes and said he would resolve everything during construction, so the chairman had nothing to worry about. Yang Chao studied him and realized this answer came closest to reality. Zhang Chao had offered a solution and taken full responsibility, leaving the chairman clean if things went wrong. Smiling slightly, Yang Chao joked about how casually Zhang Chao talked about 700 billion, asking how much he'd already embezzled. Zhang Chao hurriedly denied it as the meeting dissolved. Later, reviewing documents, Yang Chao said Dehan was expected to bid 3 trillion won, and scoffed that their CEO wasn't the type to bluff. When asked if he truly planned to invest 2.5 trillion, he questioned why it mattered. The secretary admitted that doing so would limit the fund for some time. Yang Chao smiled and asked Dijun what he thought, finding him calmly reading at the table. Yang Chao asked if simply offering more money was their only option. Dijun smiled and asked for a hint, already knowing his grandfather wasn't easy to read. Closing his eyes, Yang Chao said that if he owned a sapling, he'd sell it to someone who would grow it, not someone who'd cut it down for firewood. Business worked the same way. The secretary broke into a sweat and asked if Dehan really planned to resell the company. Yang Chao replied that it didn't matter, as long as the seller believed that story. Dijun finally spoke, explaining that Dehan would build apartments on the land, sell the equipment overseas, and erase the company quietly. If Siyang acquired it, they would at least appear to restore it. Yang Chao smiled, saying he might have given too obvious a hint. Dijun considered Dehan's connections and realized approval wouldn't be difficult if dismantling was the plan. When asked how much he intended to invest, Yang Chao admitted that 1.8 trillion was the limit. Haki warned that the 500 billion gap was massive. Yang Chao closed his eyes and said all they needed was to plant seeds, and he'd turn them into rumors. Dijun immediately understood, imagining headlines, protests, and pressure. Yang Chao ordered him to closely observe how he used government allies. Then his tone softened, reminding Dijun that orientation started tomorrow and advising him to build loyalty early. Dijun closed his book, said he understood, and was told a capable man was waiting outside to follow his instructions. Smiling, he thanked his grandfather and headed out. Outside, lights still burned in the windows as a man by the car bowed and handed him a card. He introduced himself as Yunyo, assistant head of group strategy, and offered him a ride home. The car moved through the streets as Dijun stared out the window. When he asked who had assigned Yunyo, assuming the vice chairman, Yunyo replied that it was Chief Haki. Dijun pictured Haki, his grandfather's closest aide, and asked who the reports would go to. Yunyo said everything went directly to Haki. Dijun smiled and told him to report everything exactly as it happened, since following Haki's orders was his job. Yunyo stayed silent as the car continued forward. As sunlight hit the brick cottages, Dijun mentioned hand steel again, saying he hoped they'd get involved. Sean frowned, saying it wasn't really their game. Sean explained that even if they acquired it, liquidation was inevitable and selling would take years. Dijun smiled and said that wasn't the goal. He wasn't trying to buy it, just raise the stakes and leave. Sean frowned harder, warning him about the clash between Dehan and Sang. Dijun looked at him and said plainly that he was helping his grandfather and wanted Siyang to win. Sean sighed, reminding him that as CEO, he had to obey the main shareholder. He then asked the real question, "What exactly do you want?" The answer aired on the news instead of in words. An American investment fund announced it had entered the race, offering 2.5 trillion won for hand steel. Standing before reporters, Sean leaned forward calmly, saying companies come and go and steel mills aren't sentimental assets. His fund had calculated the value and was confident it would win. When asked what fantasy investment would do if they succeeded, Sean replied without hesitation that they were investors, not builders. The plant would be sold to someone more capable, and the land would go to construction. A reporter asked whether this was speculation despite the risk. Sean took a sip of water and said that wasn't the right word, adding that the bank should simply choose the highest bidder, especially when even banks were vulnerable. The screen went dark as someone threw the remote onto the table. Hack closed his eyes, rubbing his temple, saying interference without consequences wasn't acceptable. Sean narrowed his eyes, irritated that such a trivial issue had forced an early meeting. The man snapped back, pointing out that this little performance had clearly shaken someone they both knew. Yonel trembled with anger, ordering the secretary to bring Sean in immediately. Sean stood up calmly, saying the chairman should rewatch the interview, because he and his grandson had thought this through carefully. He admitted Siyang would gain an advantage and might spend more than planned, but now the consortium would be easier to convince. With that, he excused himself, heading to a creditors' meeting. When the door closed, the secretary froze, finally realizing which grandson Sean meant. Hacky tilted his head, understanding that this intervention could shift public opinion exactly where they needed it. He laughed at himself for missing it earlier just as the phone rang. Chairman Yang Chao said he'd reconsidered, and that Sean's interference could be useful after all. Hacky confirmed that he'd spoken with the fund's head and that it was Dijun's idea, even if Sean refined the execution. Yang Chao was stunned, then laughed, realizing his grandson had pulled an American investment fund into his corner, explaining that tomorrow the media attack would begin, harsh articles criticizing fantasy investment. He planned to flood television discussions with economics professors emphasizing that Dehan already owned a steel mill. The narrative would be simple: Dehan didn't need hand steel to run it, only to strip the land. Hacky smiled, confident this would poison public opinion. Yang Chao praised his timing as perfect. Dijun walked in with his hands in his pockets, noticing the banners, beer bottles, and long tables packed with people. He paused at the entrance as heads turned, some whispering about his looks, before taking a seat among food and drinks. He smiled, thinking that without knowing the future, this would feel painfully awkward. A student council member welcomed everyone, followed by law professors. Then freshman introductions began. One student shouted his name proudly, another declared himself the future guardian of justice. Dijun listened with a grin as applause echoed. When the microphone reached him, the room fell silent. He asked for a little extra time, bowed politely, and introduced himself as Dijun, joking that he should probably thank his rich grandfather for getting in. Some laughed, others didn't, because they knew money alone couldn't buy admission here. Still smiling, he said he wasn't good at making friends, so he preferred gifts. He asked if gifts counted as bribery. The answer came calmly: friendship was too abstract to count. He followed up by asking about professors, earning laughter when one admitted grades were much more concrete. That's when the doors opened. Men in black suits rolled in boxes as murmurs spread. Dijun smiled and said his grandfather taught him that gifts should exceed expectations. Boxes were handed out, revealing brand new laptops. No one was listening anymore. Later, sitting beside his grandfather, Dijun casually calculated the cost, around 600 million won. Yang Chao stared at him in disbelief. Dijun smiled and said every one of those students would now be on his side, and that it doubled as perfect product promotion. When told student popularity wasn't enough, Dijun said this was only the beginning. He explained discounts, campus ads, and prestige branding. Yang Chao sipped his tea, considering it. Dijun warned that if his grandfather wasn't interested, he could handle the expense himself. Yang Chao snapped at him not to make him look like a stingy old man. After calming down, Yang Chao asked why only 200 laptops were prepared when there were 400 law students. Dijun smiled and explained that only half usually showed up for orientation. He said it was fair to reward initiative. Yang Chao laughed, slapping his knee, saying it was far easier to motivate people by rewarding them openly. Students sat around chatting, someone hugged his laptop box, and joked that it would be his teddy bear for the night. Some had already unboxed theirs and were exploring it. Someone slipped him a folded note. Yunio whispered that these were the names of students who refused the gift. Dijun smiled, thinking those people would need closer attention. Campus life moved on as April warmed the air. Dijun chatted with classmates, quickly forming a small circle of close associates. In class, students greeted him warmly. One joked that the laptop was so good he couldn't study anymore. Dijun laughed and said that was part of the plan, distracting his rivals. A few students without laptops watched him carefully, sweat running down their faces. Dijun noticed their stares and briefly wondered if another distribution in May would be necessary. At the coffee machine, Dijun watched a student with glasses who had refused the laptop. He dropped a coin into the machine and casually asked if the guy had attended orientation. The student snapped back, saying Dijun couldn't expect gratitude. Dijun smiled and said he never expected it, assuming the refusal came from pride. Accused him of showing off his wealth in front of professors. Dijun calmly asked whether refusing a free lunch or coffee would also count as pride. The student argued it wasn't the same. Dijun replied that it was exactly the same, only scaled differently. He explained that while others counted money in thousands, he counted in millions and billions. For him, a laptop and a coffee cost roughly the same. The student clenched his fists in rage. Dijun added that people happily accept small favors but suddenly discover pride when the gift is expensive. He tossed his cup into the trash and walked away, leaving the student watching silently. Later, sitting on a bench under the sun, Dijun listened to his friends and rubbed his neck, disappointed that every student who refused the gift reacted the same way. As he stood, a fair-haired guy in a tracksuit approached him and bluntly said that even if seniors claimed it wasn't a bribe, that was exactly what it was. Dijun's eyes widened in surprise because this man's name was also on the list. He asked calmly why he thought it was a bribe, and the student sat beside him on the bench, explaining that bribes are paid in advance while gifts are given as thanks for services already rendered. Dijun reminded him that he wasn't a government official and hadn't been asked for anything. The student smiled and said bribes are often given years before the favor is ever requested. Dijun narrowed his eyes, snorted softly, and watched a bead of sweat roll down the man's face. The student asked whether his grandfather taught him tricks like this. Dijun replied that being the youngest meant the chairman rarely paid attention to him, but his older cousins taught him plenty of useful things. The fair-haired guy studied him and suggested that Dijun must be the least successful member of the Sang group family. Dijun didn't argue, smiling as he said his father, the chairman's youngest son, had been expelled long ago and now produced films. Scratching his head, the student admitted he should have taken the laptop. Dijun thought the guy was oddly amusing. The student asked whether he could still get one or if it was too late. Dijun realized he didn't really want it and was just being polite, which made him smile. He asked if the guy was older than most freshmen. The student bristled, said he didn't look that old, and accused Dijun of insulting him. Dijun offered the laptop as an apology. The student stood, brushed himself off and said maybe someday, then walked away. Dijun called after him, reminding him he never answered the age question. The student raised a hand in an obscene gesture and told him to shut up. Nearby, Dijun noticed a girl chatting quietly with someone. She looked familiar, and his friend adjusted his glasses, warning him not to try anything. He realized he hadn't seen her at orientation and learned she'd quietly left during the laptop chaos. Dijun smiled, suddenly stood up and walked over. The girl noticed him approaching and looked up curiously. Dijun said he was curious why she didn't take the laptop gift. She smiled, closed her eyes, and said she didn't know how to use it, wondering what the point was of accepting something useless to her. Dijun looked down awkwardly, realizing he'd never considered that reason. She teased him gently, saying his stare made her heart flutter. Dijun blushed despite himself. Elsewhere, Yangchao crossed his arms as a woman joked about finally finding someone normal. She quickly corrected herself, saying this was the future chairman's match. She laid out 3 candidates, including the daughter of the president of Deal Bank, a Princeton graduate working in Hong Kong. Yang Chao studied the photos silently. She explained that another candidate was the granddaughter of the Hansung newspaper chairman. Yang Chao told her to arrange meetings with all 3. He warned her not to let rumors spread about choosing a bride like shopping. She protested that finding candidates at this level wasn't easy. For your grandson Dajun, she mentioned the final candidate, the granddaughter of a constitutional court appointee from a powerful legal family. Yang Chao grew thoughtful as she added that the girl studied at the same university as his grandson. The woman smiled, saying she'd arrange everything naturally so it felt like fate. Yang Chao told her to begin. Later Yongjin learned he'd be meeting candidates the next day. He frowned, realizing marriage wasn't something he could influence. Yonggi explained calmly that marriage was the best form of collateral and security. Yongjin clenched his teeth, understanding the logic even if he hated it. In class, a professor announced a new group assignment based on controversial public incidents. Students groaned as groups of 5 were assigned. Dijun scanned the list and froze when he saw Mian's name in his group. They exchanged brief looks before class began. He quietly handed the paper to Assistant Kim, asking him to look into 2 names. Kim asked if he should report it to Haki. Dijun told him it was his choice. Kim agreed, clearly testing boundaries. Later, news played showing bids for hand steel. When Sang Group was announced as the winner, Yang Chao simply smiled. Others celebrated, relieved they hadn't lost much. Someone complained about fantasy investment making them look like villains. Chao replied that this was better, since it gave judges a reason to exclude them. Investigations into the fund revealed nothing obvious, though its CEO being Korean raised questions. Yang Chao ordered them to uncover the investor's identity quickly. The man nodded calmly, promising it would be done. Yonel grinned and said it was time to start the game. A folder landed on the table, showing what would have happened in 1991 if the corruption had never been reported. Another folder followed, revealing that Ain Motors would have been absorbed into Siyang Motors. The documents explained Chairman Jin's original strategy, restructuring the domestic auto industry with full government support. Yonel remarked calmly that Sang had simply been unlucky. They had the plan, but history chose someone else. He smirked and imagined the man who had wanted Ain Motors for years, probably tearing his hair out watching it slip away again, maybe even losing his mind over it. Then Yonel smiled wider, pointing out that all the money the old man had scraped together and borrowed was now tied up in buying a steel mill. Laughter spread across the room. Yonel ended it firmly, ordering everyone to begin tomorrow. Elsewhere, a man holding a mug asked what Chairman Hong had been up to, nodding that several days had passed since the official meeting. Hong smiled and congratulated him on acquiring hand steel. The man closed his eyes and asked if congratulations were really necessary, since the vice chairman and Yongan had handled everything. Hong lowered his head and added that he'd heard the chairman had recently studied business abroad and already taken on something this big. Then Hong hesitated and reported that strange rumors were spreading. News about Ain Motors had suddenly started appearing again, exactly like 6 years ago. The gray-haired man froze and slammed his mug down, asking if someone was targeting the company. Hong admitted it wasn't confirmed, but the similarities were too obvious to ignore. When asked about Hansung Daily, Hong replied that their exit had already been blocked. The man stayed silent, put away his phone, and asked for a bottle of water. A nervous girl brought a tray, flinching when he snapped that he asked for a bottle, not a glass. He drained it quickly, slammed it down, and waved her away. Frowning, he asked if Hong could delay the articles. Hong agreed calmly, joking that there hadn't even been a wedding yet and favors were already being requested. Hong promised his reporters would try their best, smiling as he imagined tripping up Dehan Group. He looked satisfied, already picturing Chairman Jin taking care of his eldest granddaughter. In another building, a man entered and asked if there was news from Uito about Ain Motors. Jae-jun looked at him over his drink. Sean wondered aloud whether he even had time for university when the country was this unstable. He asked if he was worried about the Southeast Asian financial crisis or planning to exchange regional currency for dollars. Dae-jun asked why he would do that. Sean believed the crisis was inevitable. Smirking, Dae-jun hinted that Southeast Asia was already hell. By April, 4 Korean conglomerates had collapsed, while the Asian dragons were still standing tall. Sean frowned when asked whether preparing for a typhoon was really so wrong. He closed his eyes, realizing Dae-jun was closely tracking global financial flows. Sean revealed rumors that Daehan was targeting Ain Motors. Its finances were already at rock bottom, and a little pressure would suffocate it completely. Dae-jun realized history hadn't changed. 6 years ago, his grandfather failed to take Ain Motors, and now the same moment had returned. This time, he decided, the outcome had to change. He asked about the takeover directly, surprising Sean. News spread that the story would be framed as a foreign investment success through fantasy investment. Dae-jun frowned and stated firmly that it would be their company, not outsiders, that did this. At Siyang, reviewed documents, reporting that Daehan's chairman was using the exact same strategy Siyang had designed 6 years earlier. They fell silent. Daehan had gotten hand steel, but it drained their funds. Ain Motors was now too expensive. When asked if this was part of the plan, Yao crossed his arms and said there was nothing they could do now. If Daehan took Ain Motors, Siyang's market share would collapse. Yao demanded action by tomorrow. After the room emptied, Haki asked whether they should sell the 7% stake in Ain Motors held under other names. Yao snapped, accusing him of surrender. Haki replied calmly that if Daehan took control, Ain Motors would go bankrupt anyway. Yao clenched his teeth, saying that without the corruption incident 6 years ago, Ain Motors would already be theirs. He suggested using the shares to stir trouble. Haki said the shares were scattered and needed someone to unify them. When Sean's name came up, the secretary froze. Yao ordered him to give Sean the shares and make him their representative. They also had a reserve fund. This was their chance to pull him back. Haki considered exchanging Fantasy's 100 billion won fund for the 7% stake and smiled, realizing the chairman's instincts were still sharp. Later, Sean leaned against a sofa as Yao explained everything. Dae-jun noticed how furious his grandfather really was. Yao said he wanted to use the 7% stake to shake the situation by throwing Sean into the front line. He reminded him that Fantasy still had dirty funds available. Sean hesitated, saying there was no reason to buy a company destined to fail. Dae-jun frowned, sensing there was more left unsaid. Sean finally asked if Dae-jun truly wanted Ain Motors. Dae-jun confirmed it calmly. Sean warned him that acquiring Ain Motors meant acquiring the entire Ain Group, worth over 14 trillion won. When asked what he would do next, Dijun stayed quiet. Sean said rationally they should shut down branches, scrap what was useless, and sell the rest at cost. Dijun smiled, saying valuable things should be sold at a higher price. Sean replied that they should sell it to whoever paid, even slightly more. Dijun thought that answer sounded exactly like a gambler's logic. Sean smiled and suggested saving Ain motors properly, cutting away the rot first, then applying medicine and feeding it nutrients. Dijun looked pleased and asked what came after that. Sean scratched the back of his head, admitting he wasn't confident he could control a massive conglomerate even if they succeeded. Dijun calmly told him to reach that point first and worry about control later. Closing his eyes, Sean said the real issue was simple. Even if they rushed into the takeover, the odds of winning were close to zero. Dijun smiled and asked why Sean suddenly sounded cautious, reminding him that he'd never been afraid of low odds before. Sean clenched his fist and explained that if Chairman Jin's 7% stake ended up with them, they could finally see inside the company. He reminded Dijun that his grandfather was Chairman Jin himself. Dijun realized that without Siyang's influence, everything would become far harder. Sean said Dijun had enough money to buy Ain Motors, but auctions weren't enough. Power mattered more. Dijun thought for a moment and said they needed someone who could influence judges, creditors, and the government. Sean looked at him like a kid asking for a toy. Dijun said okay. Sean smiled and laid it out clearly. 28 subsidiaries, over 50,000 executives, and a total value exceeding 14 trillion won. Whoever won this fight wouldn't just win a company, they'd win everything. This wasn't a war with bullets, it was a war with money, and losses killed just as effectively. Sean said he'd meet manager Haki. Dijun smiled and said he'd speak with the Siyang chairman. Both knew the game had begun. Later, holding a milk carton, Dijun was asked why he kept skipping school. He said he planned to enroll, not suffer, and wanted to rest a little. His grandfather called him out, saying Dijun went to miracle investment every morning, instead of studying. Dijun replied calmly that he was relaxed and noticed Yunek working harder than ever. The old man complained that Dijun might get expelled, forcing him to donate through the Siyang Scholarship Fund. He asked why he was paying more for attendance problems than tuition. Dijun said spending money on education was always good, even though he never planned to study that long. His grandfather had intervened, and now he'd have to manage both school and business. When asked what he actually did in Miracle Investment, Dijun said he was learning things like discussing Ain Motors. His grandfather froze. Dijun explained that Ain Motors was heading toward bankruptcy. The financial sector had turned its back, and Wang Motors, propaganda had finished the job. He said they must have run out of liquid assets, otherwise Dihan wouldn't suddenly apply pressure. His grandfather asked what would happen next. Dijun answered calmly that someone would take Ain Motors quickly and forcefully, just like hand steel. Chairman Jin smiled, scoring his answer 80 out of 100. When asked why not full marks, because you did not mention who would take ownership. Dijun said because it wasn't clear who would take it yet. Dihan had done this before, hiding its true goal until the final moment. The chairman wondered who else might want Ain Motors. Dijun knew he was referring to the Southeast Asian currency crisis. The old man said many conglomerates were already bankrupt, while the rest were hoarding cash. Dijun asked if he had a secret weapon. Chairman Jin said the buyer would need power equal to Sang or Dihan, and he was out of money. Dijun calmly offered himself as that weapon. The room froze. Dijun repeated that he could take over Ain Group. The chairman stared in astonishment, studying the young man carefully. Dijun panicked for a second, worrying his grandfather might faint, and quickly asked if he was okay. The old man waved it off, saying he was just surprised, then awkwardly steered the conversation back, asking him to repeat what he had said earlier. Dijun didn't hesitate and calmly stated that he could take over the Ink Group. At that, the grandfather bit his lip and scratched the back of his head. Jun immediately jumped up in worry, asking if everything was fine and where his pills were. The chairman shut him down calmly, telling him to stop shouting and that he wasn't old enough to be popping pills yet. Chairman Jin then told his grandson not to joke around and said that to celebrate entering university, he didn't want a car but Ain Motors instead. Jun replied without missing a beat that he would buy it with his own money. The grandfather frowned and asked how much he thought it would take to buy the company back. Jun seriously countered, asking how much the chairman himself would pay if he were in his place. The chairman paused, thinking it over, then decided not to answer. In that moment, he suddenly understood and burst out laughing, calling his grandson an impudent brat. Jun grinned, realizing his grandfather had caught on. He had asked that question first for a reason. Before making a move, a true leader must hear the opinion of his rival. That was a lesson his grandfather himself had taught him. Jun's expression hardened, then softened into a confident smile. The chairman ordered him to speak first, reminding him that he was still in charge and that his grandson was trying to play tricks right under his nose. Jun estimated Ain Motors at 15 trillion won, admitting it was rough without full analysis. Jun noticed his grandfather wasn't worried about the numbers, but about what it implied. When Jun casually admitted he had more cash reserves than Sang Group, he smiles and asks whether he should be surprised that his grandson is rich or if the boy wants to be praised. He thought his grandfather would be shocked that he personally surpassed the largest conglomerate in the business world. The chairman only smiles. He raises his hand and says he understands. He says this impudent brat probably just wants to show off, but to ransom Ain Motors he would need at least that much. The young man freezes in surprise. The grandfather admits he was amazed when the boy said he wanted to take over Ain. Chairman Jin's expression turns firm. He says he will not argue. He is curious where his grandson got that much money, but curiosity does not matter. Ain Motors does. The boy realizes his grandfather is clearly suppressing his curiosity, yet he says it does not matter. Images of the company building appear as it's explained that countless problems occur inside the Sang Group every single day, yet they remain at the top. This is because they know how to prioritize. Dulling curiosity is a daily necessity. The young man becomes serious and asks what price his grandfather expects. He realizes he too must push curiosity aside and ask what truly matters. Arms crossed, the chairman confidently says he has no idea. He sighs and admits he never planned to buy Ain Motors, so he never checked. But the price is surely very different from 6 years ago. The young man awkwardly asks if his grandfather will help him. Covering his eyes, the old man asks why he even needs Ain Motors and whether it benefits the Sang Group at all. The boy falls silent. The grandfather grows serious. The young man wonders whether he is thinking like a loving grandfather or like the chairman who built an empire with his own hands. Then the chairman proposes an option. He suggests that his grandson becomes the owner of Ain Motors and works with him to merge the companies. The boy is shocked. He realizes his grandfather understands that Ain Motors is necessary if he wants to later take over Sang Motors. The chairman smiles faintly and asks how his grandson estimates the merger ratio. The young man asks why they should team up. The grandfather counters immediately, asking whether the boy truly believes he can protect Ain Motors on his own. In less than a year it would be swallowed by the Dion Group, and even if not, could he really handle such an enemy? The boy smiles and says there is no need to worry. He has something to rely on. The chairman grows interested and wonders if that is true. He thinks that if his grandson is capable of managing Ain Motors properly, the merger might not even be necessary. The boy wants to warn him not to be so confident but realizes his impudence again. The chairman raises a finger and declares that everyone and everything can be sold. It is only a matter of price. Scales appear as the narration says that if balance is broken, it must be corrected. The chairman demands the merger coefficient. How much weight will the boy add to the scale? The young man calmly answers, 1.2. The grandfather erupts in anger. He says that by market share, brand value, and advanced production technology, Sang Motors is worth only 20% of Ain Motors. He says this is not his opinion, but the consensus of automotive industry professionals. The boy realizes his grandfather already knew this. The chairman covers his eyes and says that argument only concerns production. His grandson forgot the fundamentals. Share prices speak louder. Sang Motors shares are more than twice as expensive as Ain Motors shares, because Sang also holds partner shares. Whoever acquires Sang Motors gains access to the Sang Group itself. The boy understands. That is why he needs Ain Motors. The chairman crosses his arms and asks whether his grandson plans to place it on the scale. The boy's eyes sharpen with resolve. The grandfather smiles and comments on that expression. He relaxes back into his chair. It is revealed that during this conversation both of them exposed their secrets. Later, curiosity finally won. The chairman asked how Dijun made so much money. Dijun explained he sold inherited land and bonds, invested overseas, and rode a stock explosion. The old man noted that his fortune had grown 100-fold. When asked about fantasy investment, Dijun revealed he owned 98%, and that Sean was the executive director. Chairman Jin was stunned. He realized his grandson had already built an empire. Dijun proposed returning the 100 billion won entrusted to him, with interest, in exchange for 7% of Ain Motors. His grandfather laughed, saying he could give him islands or jets if he wanted. Then he explained real rewards weren't money, but hope. He spoke of rewarding subordinates with luxury and illusion, making them believe effort would be paid back. Dijun recognized the tactic instantly. He had lived it before. Before leaving, his grandfather ordered him to stay hidden until Ain Motors was secured. Even Haki wouldn't know. Jun smiles. The young man and the old man lock eyes in silence. Yell folds his hands and turns to his grandson once more. He asks calmly what kind of wealth he actually owns. If he takes over Ain Motors, how much will he have left afterward? Jun chuckles. He says you should not dig directly into someone else's wallet like that. Then he adds casually that if the old man suddenly needed money, he could always borrow it from him. The room freezes. The old man stares at him in shock. Silence fills the living room. Yell suddenly stands up. He glares at the young man in anger. Vyun purses his lips, clearly thinking the boy has crossed the line. Then the old man walks forward. He places a hand on the hero's shoulder. He smiles. He says good job, calling him a kid, and adds that the young man has truly grown up. Jun looks at his grandfather with sparkling eyes. As they parted, the chairman told him to prepare accountants to dissect Ain Motors' books. Haki confirmed everything was ready. At the next meeting, doubts surfaced again. The chairman shut them down, demanding results within a week. Finally, he ordered a meeting with Ain Motors' chairman, saying he would go personally. Elsewhere, San smiled and asked if the talk went well. Dijun said he had full backing, and San should handle officials and shares. San asked why Dijun wouldn't appear himself. Dijun said no one trusted a child, especially one from a family with enemies everywhere. As plans accelerated, Dijun lay awake at night, haunted by memories of a gunshot from his past life. This time was different. He wasn't chasing comfort, he was chasing domination. He wanted to stand at the edge, even if the end was emptiness. When asked why he went quiet, Dijun turned away and said he'd remembered something. His grandfather added that once the shares were secured, the 100 billion won fund had to be returned. San asked cautiously if they could at least give back half. Dijun stood with his hands in his pockets and said he had already promised his grandfather. Since he chose to help, there was no other option. San asked whether Dijun had told him he was the main shareholder of Fantasy Investment. Dijun replied that of course he did, otherwise he wouldn't have asked for help. San pointed out that even as the main shareholder, Dijun was still returning all the money, calling it a missed chance to quietly keep 50 billion. Dijun replied that if his grandfather were that kind of man, Sang Group would have already belonged to his eldest uncle. San leaned back and muttered that the family was a nest of snakes. Elsewhere, tension filled the room as someone asked why everything felt so calm. A heavy-set man by the window said indirect evidence made subpoenas difficult. When asked why the press pressure was weak, everyone fell silent. Someone admitted it felt like Ain Motors was being protected. Hansung Daily was mentioned, and it turned out they hadn't written a single critical article. The leader sat back and asked if the rumors about marriage ties were real. Anger spread as it became clear everything was happening at once. Someone muttered that it looked like the old man was ready to sell even his grandson to stop the chaos. It was announced that Ain Motors had entered a government-led bankruptcy deferral agreement in April 1997. During the grace period, hidden slush funds quietly moved. The true mastermind was Chairman Ain, working through fantasy. At Yang Chao's house, he smiled and asked whether Dijun's capital had really grown 100-fold. Sean felt awkward, knowing it was far more than that, and said it was mostly luck. Yang Chao called him modest and said he wished Sean worked for him. The discussion shifted to the hidden 270 billion won. Once the deferral expired, arrests would follow unless the money was removed first. Yang Chao smiled and asked directly if Sean was being asked to launder money. Sean hesitated but answered honestly. Dijun stepped in and suggested using the funds as retirement money for Ain Motors executives. Yang Chao laughed, saying those people had already prepared for old age. He proposed investing everything through fantasy in America. Sean was stunned, asking if that was really all. Yang Chao nodded, explaining they could legally reinvest the money into Ain Motors as bonuses and incentives. Sean stared, realizing how clean the method was. Dijun noticed that his grandfather had already planned everything, ensuring the money never truly left his control. When Sean suggested executives would demand lump sums, Yang Chao scoffed, saying delaying payments created leverage. Money, he said, was both carrot and stick. He smiled coldly and said once they learned the funds were reinvested, they'd fight harder to protect Ain Motors. Dijun quietly sipped his tea, seeing his grandfather's true face. Dijun asked if this was the only reason the money wouldn't be returned. Yang Chao laughed, pretending offense at being called greedy. Yang Chao then said Dijun had to convince Mr. Song while he'd handle the rest. Sean bowed and thanked him before leaving. Left alone, Yang Chao asked Dijun why he'd applied for sabbatical. Dijun admitted he did it that morning. Yang Chao ordered him to withdraw it immediately. When Dijun protested, the old man shut him down, saying he understood exactly what he was worried about. He explained that avoiding relatives while staying a student wouldn't work forever. When the fight began, titles wouldn't protect him. Yang Chao warned that Sang Group wasn't a playground and real power lay with branch presidents. If they backed the uncle, the group would split instantly. Dijun imagined that moment clearly. Once investigation started, power wouldn't pass to a student but to his uncle. He finally nodded and said he'd do everything his grandfather wanted. Yang Chao smiled, sensing where his grandson's loyalty lay. Later, riding in a green car, the driver said quietly that they were being followed. Dijun felt a chill and asked how long. The driver wasn't sure, but said Commander Shin had warned him about rising surveillance. Dijun exhaled and told him to test it. The driver accelerated, widening the gap. Dijun stayed calm, already guessing it was family. Elsewhere, photos of Sang family members filled a screen. Analysts dismissed some as harmless, praised Donggi's growing influence, and criticized Soyun's greed. Then Dijun's photo appeared. The room grew tense as they realized the chairman's second-generation grandson had both access and money. They uncovered his fortune. his ties to fantasy investment, and his unusual privilege of private meetings with the chairman. Even the vice chairman didn't have that access. The room fell silent. Back at a cafe, Dijun asked Kim if he was sure they were being followed. Kim confirmed it. Dijun handed him a thick envelope, telling him to use it when needed. Kim stared, shocked. Dijun said money was a tool, nothing more. If Kim wanted to become someone important, he had to choose his own path first. Kim slipped the money away and followed him without a word. Later, a secretary entered and said they had a guest. Dijun looked up calmly. It was the chairman of Dihan Group. San and the hero exchanged surprised looks. The secretary froze in confusion. San calmly asked her to request a short wait. Dijun said he'd be in the conference room next door and asked to turn on the intercom. San slipped on his jacket, muttering that it wouldn't be good if he was seen since he'd just been on TV. Dijun pulled up his hood and smiled. San smiled back. The chairman stepped inside. The hero walked past him in silence. The chairman turned and watched him leave. San bowed and offered a handshake. The chairman smiled, thanking him for welcoming such an unexpected guest and hoping he wasn't disturbing him. San shook his hand warmly and said there was nowhere in Korea he'd be treated like an intruder. He gestured to the sofa and invited him to sit. The chairman removed his hat and asked how an investment company could seriously aim for Ain Motors. San answered modestly, but the chairman cut him off, saying there was no need for false humility since they were equals now. San asked if rumors really spread that fast. The chairman frowned, realizing that even if the rumor were true, San wasn't even trying to hide it. He dismissed the guard and closed the door. The chairman said since San was being open, he would be honest too. He asked what San wanted. San smiled and said he wanted Ain Motors. The chairman raised an eyebrow and asked if an investment firm shouldn't just invest and exit. He told San to name a price to avoid a pointless fight. San frowned and asked if he was really being offered money to withdraw. The chairman nodded, saying price wars without reason were exhausting. San shook his head and said he was misunderstood. Their investors had plenty of money and wanted some fun. He added casually that they were car enthusiasts, so manufacturers interested them. The chairman's veins bulged. Buying a company for fun stunned him. He realized negotiation was pointless. He warned that one article about foreign capital draining national wealth would be enough to crush San. San smiled and replied that once the auction price was revealed, Koreans would decide who was more patriotic. The chairman stared speechless. His phone rang. He ignored it and demanded to know what San wanted. He proposed using public funds to cover all gaps and competing purely on acquisition price. No politics, no pressure. San smiled and said in that case, whoever won would suffer minimal damage. The chairman asked if they were truly suggesting unified debt terms and competition only on price. San confirmed it calmly. Silence filled the room. San raised his hand and said since the chairman proposed simplifying things first, he'd accept the rules. Wrestling only became a sport once rules existed. The chairman stood, calling San amusing. He said it had been a long time since he took a confrontation seriously. Pressing his hat to his chest, he said Dihan Group was built through brutal fights, not easy ones. The door slammed. San collapsed into the chair. Dijun entered. San rubbed his neck and asked if the conditions would be accepted. Dijun smiled and said most likely. Elsewhere, Dihan Group executives gathered. Numbers flew across the table. Ain Motors' debt stood at over 3 trillion won. Subsidiary write-offs exceeded 1.5 trillion. Additional concessions pushed total relief past 7 trillion. The chairman frowned. Not accepting fantasy terms means starting over. Someone asked if fantasy really had that much money. No one knew, only that American capital backed them. Then one subordinate mentioned Hollywood. Based on intelligence from Magi Corporation, Fantasy had invested in nearly every major successful film. None had failed. The room went silent. The chairman closed his eyes. Someone reminded him that refusing an outstretched hand often led to bleeding. At Yang Chao's house, he sipped tea and asked if Kibao truly came in person. Di Jun confirmed it and explained the compensation offer. Yang Chao laughed, saying Kibao must be desperate to move first. He asked what Di Jun suggested. Di Jun said he proposed competing only on acquisition price, while keeping government benefits intact. Yang Chao asked what Kibao said. Di Jun quoted him saying he'd take the confrontation seriously. Yang Chao laughed and said the man must have skipped his medicine. He asked what Kibao would do next. Di Jun answered that Yang Chao himself would accept. Fixed variables were safer than new ones. Yang Chao smiled. A businessman's greatest fear was uncertainty. He said Di Jun had played all his cards, but Kibao hadn't. Now it was time for a wider attack. Media, creditors, government agencies, even the assembly would apply pressure. Di Jun asked if Yang Chao could help further. Yang Chao said no. Even helping more would hurt everyone. He explained he'd already stopped Chairman Sun Ai's arrest, and that alone raised suspicion. Di Jun realized government pressure had limits. Pulling both sides would tear the system apart. He decided to work something out with San instead. Yang Chao asked if he planned to beg. Di Jun smiled and said no, he trusted San. Yang Chao asked if he was certain that there were two people you kept close, those who could do the job and those willing to sacrifice for you. Yang Chao smiled and said such people gather naturally when someone shines. That evening, guests filled the hall. Drinks flowed. A wedding couple stood proudly, a massive diamond on the bride's hand. Di Jun watched them, thinking how transactional it all felt. Someone recognized him and shouted that rumors were true. The bride praised Yanan's looks. Di Jun congratulated him. Soon Di Jun was left chatting with the bride. She praised him openly, calling him the envy of everyone. He was lucky not to inherit responsibility and could simply enjoy life. Di Jun smiled awkwardly and said money only mattered if it stayed. She laughed, calling him the chairman's favorite. He joked about receiving only a racing car he couldn't drive. She teased that maybe a bigger gift was coming. Di Jun excused himself and left. Later in the restroom, Kim appeared serious. He said something was wrong. Dajun replied, telling him to wait in his car at the parking lot, and he would be back as quickly as possible. In the parking lot, a man joined them. He introduced himself as Shim, where before Shim replied that they had once met at Yanjin Villa. Then he gave the hero a ride home. Di Jun opened his eyes in surprise as he remembered the beating in the parking lot. Shim said time was short, so he would get straight to the point. He explained that their department was dealing with the third-generation Kim. Looked anxiously toward the back seat. Shim said that about a month ago, they noticed someone had started following everyone from the third generation. Di Jun asked in fear if it was really behind all of them. Shim looked at the hero seriously and said yes, they were not testing the waters, they were simply monitoring his movements. Di Jun then asked if Yanjin was being followed too. He explained they were tracking surveillance on all third-generation heirs. Di Jun realized it wasn't just him. Shim admitted they lacked power and future. Strategy teams never survived long. They needed a roof. Di Jun listened, then calmly said this wasn't loyalty. It was a deal. They worked for him, he paid. Price could be money or a future. Shim agreed without hesitation. Di Jun looked out the window and said if they wanted more, they'd have to earn it. Kim swallowed hard. Di Jun said that starting tomorrow he'd take taxis instead. The tail had to follow carefully, slow enough not to be exposed. Kim answered immediately that he could handle it. Di Jun turned to Shim and said that from now on all reports from the strategy team would come to him first. He'd mark anything sensitive in red before it went upstairs. Shim smiled and said he understood. Dijun added that all expenses were covered. If they needed money for anything personal, they could come to him directly. He made it clear they would never have to worry about money again. The room went silent. Dijun closed his eyes and realized how much he'd gained today, and a clearer picture of who to watch. The TV flickered. A Japanese flag appeared. A news anchor reported that fantasy investments funds were allegedly coming from Japan, and that AIN Motors could become a bridge for Japan's auto industry into Korea. San crossed his arms, teeth clenched. If anti-Japanese sentiment took hold, they'd be finished. They needed a press conference immediately. Dijun replied calmly that articles like this never appeared without a reason. San remembered the smiling old man and realized Dihan Group was playing dirty. At the press conference, cameras flashed. San stated clearly that the rumors were false. Fantasy had made short-term investments in Japan, taken profits and exited. A journalist asked if the profits stayed in the U.S. San answered that all of it would be reinvested into rebuilding AIN Motors. Another reporter questioned why an investment firm would take on such a risky acquisition. A woman accused them of acting as agents for Japan. San snapped, demanding to know who started the Japan narrative. Behind the cameras, Dijun adjusted his cap. This was exactly the message they needed. Chairman Song stepped forward and confirmed AIN Group's full support. Union leaders stood behind him, promising wage freezes and cooperation until recovery. He declared that there would be no layoffs. The room went quiet. Song said corporations weren't just profit machines. They carried people's livelihoods. He accused Dihan Group of planning mass layoffs under the excuse of restructuring. Reporters scribbled furiously. The man said they couldn't let rumors about Japanese capital distract from the real issue. The government had already invested too much money into Agent Group Song. With public funds involved, the company had to grow into a full conglomerate, reborn as a national company where management and ownership were separated. As the sky turned pink, he knew the key was speed. No time for Dihan to counterattack. Later, the TV showed analysis clips. Global auto wars. Only the top 10 would survive. If Ajin merged with Dihyun, costs would drop, efficiency would soar, and jobs would multiply. The screen went dark. San sighed. The stock price hadn't moved. Public opinion was split cleanly in half. Dijun said that was good. Both sides already accepted AIN would be taken over. San muttered that Chaebal's controlling the media was terrifying. Dijun corrected him quietly. It wasn't fear. The media just knew the taste of money. That night, Dijun offered San a drink. He reminded him he was an adult now. San hesitated until Dijun pulled out an unlimited card. No limit. San stared in horror. Dijun said it was pocket money from Hanson Ilbo's daughter, a matter of face for third-generation heirs. San laughed helplessly and promised to take him somewhere unforgettable. The long corridor was lit by grand chandeliers, drinks, and fruits lined the table. San held a glass goblet, his eyes closed for a moment before he slowly looked away. The man scanned the table, sensing that the main character was hiding some incredible idea. Though he couldn't tell what it was, San smiled calmly and said that truly great people always create ideas out of nothing. Later, Dijun returned home late. His grandfather asked if he drank. Dijun said not much. The old man snapped, asking if he felt like a loser. Dijun answered calmly that the fight wasn't over. His grandfather scolded him for clinging to finished battles and ordered him to analyze his mistakes. Dijun admitted he underestimated Dihan's meticulousness and ruthlessness. The old man warned him that before striking, you must know how strong the enemy's fist is. Dijun said he rushed and missed the timing. He didn't expect them to twist Japanese investment into a weapon. The old man demanded he remember this feeling. Then Dijun said he needed his final card. His grandfather raised an eyebrow. Dijun said Sang Motors could fall at any moment. He explained that announcing a merger between AIN and Sang would flip the board instantly. The old man exploded, accusing him of greed. Dijun replied calmly that being half greedy was pointless. If fingers were going to point anyway, they might as well point fully. Silence followed. The grandfather said mergers united everything into one whole, and Dijun didn't even own Ain yet. Dijun replied that negotiations existed to turn jokes into reality and dreams into contracts. If the scales didn't balance, you added weight. He said he'd put more weight down. The old man listened. Dijun explained the two weapons, Sang's name heavier than Dihan and confidence, fairness, stability. Speculation would vanish overnight. The old man crossed his arms and closed his eyes. Then he said calmly, he still wasn't satisfied. Dijun frowned, thin brows tightening as his fist clenched. He knew he was greedy, but this wasn't greed alone. It was alignment. And right now, he wasn't sure whether his grandfather was testing him or simply refusing to hand over Sang Motors. Keeping his voice calm, Dijun made his move. He told his grandfather to leave all subsidiary shares untouched and put only Sang Motors itself on the scale. If that happened, he promised, he would tip the balance. The old man's eyes widened. Was he suggesting splitting Sang Motors apart? Dijun grinned and calmly listed 8 subsidiaries, including Ain Motors and Sayang Motors. Separate them properly, he said, and a new auto giant would be born. The old man fell silent. Dijun watched his face carefully. That wasn't rejection. That was disappointment, which meant the old man wanted more. So Dijun pressed forward. He said they should immediately announce a full merger between Sang Motors and Ain Motors. The moment the market heard that Sang's subsidiaries were being spun off, Sang's stock would crash. The old man's eyes widened again. Dijun continued smoothly. When the stock hit rock bottom, he would quietly buy it under borrowed names. Interest flickered across the old man's face. Then Dijun added the final layer. After Ain was absorbed and the partial merger completed, the subsidiary split would be cancelled. Sang Group would grow stronger, and Ain Group could later be absorbed entirely. The old man asked sharply if investors wouldn't swarm in, furious over losses. Dijun smiled. When a massive cart moves forward, ants get crushed. If you stop for every ant, the cart never moves. The old man warned that buying shares this way would make Dijun one of Sayang's major shareholders. Dijun asked calmly if that wasn't a gift that came a little too easily. Dijun's lips curled. He'd passed. That same night, Yanal sat stiffly as executives gasped in shock. He announced they would take over Ain Group. Someone warned they had no time and not enough money. Yanal lowered his head and said they'd simply hook their leg onto Dihan's leg as it ran. Confusion rippled through the room. He explained calmly, if Fantasy acquired Ain Group, Sang Motors would merge with Ain Motors. That was his role. Eyes widened. Only Sayang Motors would be separated. It would merge with Ain. A new automobile conglomerate would be born, and Tu would become its first CEO. Sweat beaded on Tu's forehead. He pointed out that regardless of merger ratio, Fantasy Investment would still be the main shareholder. Yanal smiled. Fantasy's CEO had already extended his hand. If Tu hesitated now, he'd become a dog chasing a chicken. The chairman added casually that Tu himself once said he wanted to create a new car company and hand it over fully packaged. Someone tried to argue about Fantasy. Yanal cut it off. They were money players. Packaging would be expensive, very expensive. He told Tu to prepare. In another office, Sean raised his hand. He asked what was so difficult about spinning off Sang Motors and merging it with Ain. Dijun grinned. The merger ratio could wait. If his grandfather didn't yield, the owner would change. Sean snapped, asking what that even meant. Dijun smiled coldly. His grandfather never backed down after mixing blood into his plans. He took everything first, then shared crumbs. Sean fell silent. Dijun stood by the window, hands in his pockets. By the time the buyer was confirmed and the merger began, winter would arrive. A brutal one. San Dihan, even the government would be drained. At that point, his grandfather would have no choice. Cameras flashed. Sean announced publicly that Sang Motors would spin off its subsidiaries, merge with Ain Motors, and lead the creation of a specialized automobile corporation. Reporters erupted with questions about fantasy, about leadership, about power. Elsewhere, a remote control smashed against a TV screen. Batteries scattered across the floor. The man stood up, furious, demanding to know how this happened without anyone noticing. No one answered. He barked orders, 2 hours, every contact, every cousin, every civil servant, every bank employee. Use every brain available. Under a clear blue sky, a door slammed open. Yi burst in, saying it was impossible. Yanao didn't look up. He calmly poured tea and told him to sit down. And drink. The man stepped forward, fists clenched, demanding to know if his father was really abandoning the automotive industry. What wasn't enough for him anymore? Yang Qiao calmly sipped his tea and said he regretted nothing. He had reviewed every weakness in the company, stacked them together, and made a decision. Yang Yi exploded. He shouted that his father hadn't said a single word to him, that he learned everything from television, that this was a core subsidiary issue. Was this all he deserved as vice president? Yang Qiao looked up, veins bulging with anger. He said President Tu personally delivered the documents with his written decision. Tu was the one who announced the merger. Must have been entertaining, watching Yang Yi's face when those papers were handed over. Yang Yi accused him of treating him like a rag doll. Yang Qiao set the mug down and coldly asked if he was finished. When Yang Yi didn't understand, Yang Qiao smiled faintly and asked whether the visit was only to vent anger. Yang Yi snapped. Yang Qiao slammed his palm on the table and shouted for him to stop. Silence fell. Then Yang Qiao roared that if Yang Yi was ashamed of his vice president's business card, he could leave. Any man in Korea would kill for that card. All Yang Yi did to earn it was be born as his son. He pointed at him and said bluntly that without his bloodline, Yang Yi wouldn't even qualify as an executive director. Yang Yi's lips trembled, tears filled his eyes, he lowered his head. Yang Qiao finally placed a hand on his shoulder. He said calmly that even if Yang Yi wasn't outstanding, this place was still his. All he had to do was think about Sang Group's future and protect it. Nothing more. The old man exhaled heavily, realizing he was consoling a 40-year-old son at 70. Elsewhere, photos lay on a table. Sean, Jun. They'd been seen together days earlier. Someone reported that Jun met Haki and Tu, then left before the others arrived. Another said Hyan rushed to the chairman's house right after the merger announcement. Dongyi smiled dismissively. He said Jun wasn't dangerous, too young, just polish. If the chairman wanted a successor, he'd have sent him to business school. Jun, he said, was just varnish, decoration. Still, they were told to keep watching him, because Sang Motors stock was falling, and smart people were already buying. At dinner, Yanjan leaned forward and asked Jun if he knew about the merger in advance. Jun admitted he found out the day before the announcement. Yanjan demanded how. Jun said Sean asked him to consult their grandfather because Dehan was watching the CEO closely. Meeting directly would have raised alarms. Yanjan exploded. Jun stayed calm and said there was a secret contract between the CEO and the chairman. No one else knew, not even the vice chairman. Yanjan shouted that Jun had no authority. Jun replied quietly that authority comes from access, and some agreements only involve 2 people. That was when Yanjan realized something was wrong. Jun reminded him that the eldest uncle wasn't informed either, which meant inheritance wasn't settled, which meant decisions could change any time. Yanjan accused him of trying to replace his father. Jun smiled and said he wasn't competing at all. He wasn't greedy. He could study, pass the bar, become a prosecutor or judge, live well, never worry about money. He listed it casually: respect, power, women, freedom. Yanjan tried to threaten him with his father's wealth. Jun saw through it immediately. He smiled and said being the youngest in a chaebol family was a blessing. Less pressure, more options. Then he planted the final seed. He said the second and third sons wouldn't just sit quietly and watch the group pass to Yanjan's father. Yanjan's eyes widened. Jun didn't confirm or deny anything. He just folded his arms and looked away. Then he said calmly that if power skips the rightful line, history always ends in blood. And he imagined it splattering. The young man said that this was exactly why he wanted the eldest uncle to take the chairman's seat of the Siang group. Jun smiled and said that this was the only way their family would not suffer. Yonan smiled faintly, but then leaned his elbows on the table and lowered his head, sighing heavily, saying that Jun could not possibly know all the details. Jun remembered their earlier conversation in the office, Yonan's unkind smile, and the dissatisfaction written clearly on his face like that of a grown adult hiding his true thoughts. Jun calmly said that, as a result of the merger with Siang Motors, the shares owned by its subsidiaries would be transferred to another branch, which would then become one of the most important companies in the group. Wasn't that correct? The man admitted that it was true. Jun folded his hands on the table and asked what would happen if the management of that company was not headed by the eldest uncle. Yonan's eyes widened as he realized Jun was talking about the contents of the secret agreement. Jun frowned slightly, thinking that this was actually something anyone could figure out if they thought about it carefully. With a calm face, he said that he had only seen the title of the document, the Group Management Reorganization Plan. The man froze, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he nervously repeated the name. Jun, sitting across from him, said that this was the greatest help he could offer, and that from now on everything would remain with his uncle. The man agreed. Yonan bared his teeth and lowered his head while Jun grinned, thinking that because of Siang Motors, the claws each of them hid would gradually be exposed, and they would soon find out whose claws were sharper. Jun smiled as he imagined his family. Outside, the windows reflected a clear blue sky. A newspaper article reported that Fantasy Investments had been chosen as the new owner of the Inc. Group. The man read the paper intently, saying that in the end things had turned out like this. Although they had secured Ain, he was worried that Siang would eventually take everything from them. Jun smiled and asked when the takeover payment was due, and replied that it would be immediately after the merger. 1.2 trillion won, meaning $1 billion would need to be transferred. Jun asked whether that meant it wouldn't happen until next year. Sion raised his eyebrows and said it was worth asking the chairman, as he might want to rush the merger before the end of the year. The total amount was $3.2 billion, and at the current exchange rate of 1,110 won per dollar, that was slightly over 3.5 trillion won. The man took a sip through a straw and asked how much cash they had on hand. Looking out the window, he said they had $600 million in cash as requested, with no new investments this year, and another 600 million would return next year. Jun furrowed his brows, calculating that it would be enough, since the money he had invested using his memories had returned more than 100-fold. He wondered what would have happened if instead of him, an ordinary worker reborn as a fund manager from Wall Street, someone like that would probably already be the richest man in the world. His thoughts were interrupted when Sion said he would first transfer $1 billion so they could repay it at any time. Jun raised his head and said there was no need for that yet since they still had to pay by the end of the year. Sion looked at him in surprise and leaned forward, asking if Jun had also noticed how strange the exchange rate growth was. Jun replied that everyone had noticed and had been worried for a long time, but they were all pretending not to see it. The rate had jumped by 251 in a single month, and it felt as if the dollar was slipping away like water. The man asked whether the exchange rate could correct itself by the end of the year. He knew Sion wasn't blind to it, but like everyone else, he was asking useless questions to hide the approaching typhoon of conglomerate bankruptcies and presidential elections. Jun asked whether exchange rate fluctuations and the dollar's departure were really the same thing, and whether that meant there was no point in holding tens of trillions in reserves if the dollar disappeared. He smiled and said that on a deserted island, a box of bread would be worth far more than 10 billion won in cash. Sion arched his eyebrows, realizing that the bread Jun was referring to was the dollar itself. Jun nodded, thinking that soon the IMF would collapse and it would become impossible to obtain dollars even if he wanted to. Sion clasped his hands and frowned, asking what Jun would do if the exchange rate kept rising and whether he planned to pay for ain in dollars. Jun smiled and said he had already thought about the negotiations. Sion asked what he meant, and Jun replied that he would cut the price by offering to pay for the acquisition in dollars. Then burst out laughing, hitting his forehead and saying that even if you had a gold nugget, it was useless if you were already on the brink of death, and it would be better to exchange it for a life jacket. Jun imagined money flowing through an IV, thinking that the dollar as a global currency was like blood to a living body. If circulation stopped, the body died, while someone holding a bag of blood could freely pull a gold nugget from the dead person's pocket. Sion frowned and said that when domestic foreign exchange reserves hit rock bottom, Jun would be their savior. Jun smiled and said it wouldn't be him, but his uncle, the CEO of Fantasy Investments. Sion leaned back, grinning, and said Jun still didn't want to show himself, either because he was young or because he had ulterior motives. Jun folded his arms and asked what people would say if they found out he owned trillions through illegal gifting and disguised inheritance. Everyone would be watching him. Sion said that hiding behind someone else would let him avoid those countless eyes. Jun nodded, and Sion laughed, saying he would gladly become Jun's horse, letting him pull the reins and crack the whip as he pleased, but there wasn't much time left since he was already 50. 5 years at most, after that Jun would have to run himself or find another horse. Jun stood up in shock, asking if he meant retirement at 55. Sion smiled and said that with that much money, it was more than fair to enjoy life. Jun froze as Sion pointed at him, saying he was giving him 5 years because he saw him more as a nephew than his own blood. Otherwise, he would have already left to live on some secluded island. That night, the Sion group building glowed brightly under the sky. The man asked if it was true, and Jun replied that he had seen it with his own eyes. The man clenched his hand, remembering how his father had patted his shoulder and promised him the chairman's seat while secretly trying to reorganize management behind his back. Yonan froze, eyes wide, and the man cleared his throat, saying that if the merger split, they just needed to survive, since the structure would shake but not collapse. When Jun started to explain further, Yonggi interrupted him, saying everything was fine and that Jun should focus on stabilizing the steel mill and rebranding it as Siang, telling him not to miss this opportunity to prove himself to his grandfather. Jun bowed and left. Alone, the man grabbed the phone and shouted for everyone from the planning department to gather immediately, then rubbed his eyes, knowing he had to act before his father made another strange decision. Later, Tio entered the office, apologized with a smile for interrupting, and joked that he might finally have time to eat a bowl of rice together. Dongi laughed and invited him to sit, saying he still wasn't sure who would benefit more from Ain and Siang joining, though his father had done a great job. Tio replied that everything had happened so fast it left him confused. Dongi wondered whether the old man would really pretend ignorance to the end, then remarked that since the division had occurred, President Cho was no longer related to Siang, and Tio must be upset. Tio looked at him silently, then asked whether Dongi was serious or testing him. When Dongi insisted it was just idle thought, Tio replied calmly that instead of joining Siang, Ain had simply been absorbed. Realizing his mistake, Dongi broke into a cold sweat. Tio then spoke about his 30 years as chairman and recalled the only time he had ever protested, during an oil crisis when they flew to Texas and shared a single steak. Dongi laughed, saying American steaks were always huge, but Tio coldly replied that he had wanted his own portion. When Dongi realized that even a steak wasn't divided, he understood that the group would never be divided either. Tio said that if you take too much, you just eat it all, and Dongi smiled madly, vowing to finish a 600-gram steak himself. Then Tia calmly said that Vice President Jin Yonggi, Donggi's older brother and the chairman's eldest son, would inherit the group. Donggi exploded in anger, shouting that Yonggi was incompetent, but Tio replied that incompetent people cannot help competent ones. Donggi raged, proposing splitting branches and land, but Tio refused, saying he would not support plans that discredited the company. In despair, Donggi realized there was no designated successor, and that the chairman would choose only at the very end. This was a warning, Donggi thought, a reminder that even if the carriage owner changed, the coachman remained. The confrontation had only just begun. The next day, sunlight poured through the windows of a massive building. Donggi entered his brother Yonggi's office with a forced smile. Yonggi asked why he had come, joking that Donggi hadn't visited in 10 years. The office was filled wall to wall with documents. Donggi's voice echoed through the office as he said that he had earned a lot of money during this time, then pointed around at the cluttered room and asked what all this was supposed to be. Yoongi immediately replied that these were nothing but absurd rumors, adding that Donggi himself should try earning at least something here, because even the budget of a single department in his company was larger than this. Hearing that, Donggi lost his temper and threw his hand out, shouting that he couldn't tolerate it anymore, and that tomorrow he would send someone to expand Yoongi's office. Yoongi calmly replied that it wasn't necessary because he still needed to pay off his debt. Donggi froze for a moment, then asked in confusion if Yoongi really had a debt. Yoongi smiled broadly and waved his hands, telling him not to panic because it wasn't a private loan, then reminded him of Jun's starting capital. Donggi clicked his tongue in realization and pointed at Yoongi, who rubbed the back of his neck and said that he needed to return it because their father had taken a child's money. Donggi sat down in a chair and said that since Yoongi earned well and didn't waste money, he could easily pay it back. Yoongi said it was time to get down to business and asked what kind of wind had blown Donggi here today. Donggi leaned back against the chair, thinking silently, then asked whether Yoongi really intended to keep walking this path. Yoongi looked at him in surprise and asked what he meant. Donggi's expression hardened as he asked whether movie production was really Yoongi's final stop. Yoongi hesitated, unsure how to answer, asked whether he was telling him not to even look toward the group. Donggi answered firmly that he meant exactly that, adding Yoongi and his son to the sentence. Yoongi stiffened, the warmth vanishing from his face as an uncomfortable silence settled between them. Folding his arms, Yoongi asked what Donggi meant, reminding him there was also a third brother. Donggi waved his hand irritably and said that Sangi hadn't been his younger brother for a long time and was nothing more than a name now. Yoongi touched his chin in thought, and Donggi slammed his hands onto the armrests, shouting at him for reacting like that and asking if he was really hiding his greed. Adjusting his glasses, Yoongi replied calmly that it wasn't greed, but that until now he hadn't fulfilled his role as a father properly, so he intended to start now. Donggi stared at him in shock and asked if he was talking about Jun. Yoongi nodded slowly and said yes, explaining that Jun dreamed of becoming an entrepreneur like his grandfather. Donggi froze in disbelief. Yoongi smiled faintly and explained that Jun wasn't petty enough to want control over a few subsidiaries, and that his son would achieve everything through his own abilities. Donggi could only stare in silence as Yoongi added that he would do everything he could to support him. Donggi asked what that had to do with the group, and Yoongi replied awkwardly that even though Jun was the youngest grandson, he still carried the chairman's blood, so if something was offered he would accept it, and if not, he would take only his fair share. Donggi repeated the words fair share under his breath, displeased, then looked up without responding. Yoongi leaned back and said that since Donggi had come so suddenly, something must have happened with his older brother, then asked whether the shares had been shaken because of Seong Motors. Donggi immediately denied it, stood up, adjusted his jacket, and told Yoongi to stay where he was and support him, promising that if he won, he would give Yoongi a fair share, enough for Jun to achieve his dream. Yoongi asked quietly what would happen if the other brother won, and Dongi replied coldly that then Yoongi would have to fight his brother in order to become a father. As Dongi was leaving, he noticed a movie poster on the wall and asked what kind of film it was. Yoongi replied that it was scheduled for release early next year and that they were looking for theaters. Dongi patted his shoulder and said that if the tickets didn't sell, he would buy them all. Yoongi smiled and thanked him. That evening, the lights were on in Yoongi's house as Soyeon and her husband sat on the sofa. Yoongi asked why they had come so late just to ask for money. Soyeon admitted it awkwardly, and Yoongi wondered if something serious had happened in the family that he had missed. He asked why the owners of a department store were borrowing money from a film company. Soyeon nervously explained that her father had invested almost everything into the steel mill and had restricted the department store's budget, forcing her to report daily income and expenses. Confused, Yoongi asked what she had done wrong, and she suddenly shouted that it was her husband's fault, pointing at him and explaining that he wanted to challenge the mayor of Seoul in the next election, so her father had cut all funding. Her husband lowered his head in embarrassment. Soyeon then said she heard Yoongi had struck gold with his film and asked if he had received the profits. Irritated, Yoongi asked how much money she thought a movie could make in Korea, then answered himself, saying that with ticket prices at just over 6,000 won and around 670,000 viewers, revenue would be roughly 4 billion won before deducting distribution and production costs. Without waiting for a response, he told them to stop this nonsense. The couple left awkwardly, and after seeing them off, Yoongi rubbed his eyes in exhaustion. As they stepped outside, a surprised voice called out, and it was Jun, who had just returned home. He asked his aunt why she had come so late. Moments later, Jun entered the house and removed his shoes. Passing by his father's room, he noticed Yoongi sitting on the couch, who asked if they could talk. Jun entered, rubbing his neck, saying he would try to come home earlier in the future, but Yoongi smiled and said he wasn't the kind of father who controlled when an adult came home. 2 cups of tea sat on the table as Yoongi mentioned that Dongi had visited earlier and that Soyeon and her husband had also come. Jun replied that he had met his aunt on the way in. Yoongi took a sip of tea while Jun wondered what his father was about to say. Setting the cup down, Yoongi smiled and said that Jun was definitely his son, yet nothing like him at all. Jun was left speechless as Yoongi continued, saying he was proud of Jun's artistic sense, but that Jun didn't even listen to popular music and found counting money boring, yet was born with an extraordinary sense for investing, while Jun wondered what his father was about to say. Setting the cup down, Yoongi smiled and said that Jun was definitely his son, yet nothing like him at all. Jun was left speechless as Yoongi continued, saying he was proud of Jun's artistic sense, but that Jun didn't even listen to popular music and found counting money boring, yet was born with an extraordinary sense for investing. Cold sweat broke out on Jun's face as he wondered why his father had started this conversation, and whether he knew the truth. Yoongi noticed his unease and smiled, then said he already knew everything from Sion. Shocked, Jun asked what he meant, and Yoongi proudly stated that Jun's net worth exceeded 3 trillion won, and that he had acquired Inc. Group, effectively owning an investment company tied to Hollywood. Jun realized bitterly that his uncle couldn't keep secrets, then remembered that his father and uncle were bound by deep trust from their youth. Yoongi laughed and said Jun now had the same face he once had when hearing about all this. Jun bowed and apologized for not telling him sooner, and Yoongi folded his arms and said he was actually grateful. He asked whether Jun really thought he would believe that a high school student with 20 billion won could negotiate fluently in English. Yoongi then said calmly that it was cool, that he was proud not because of the money but because of Jun's talent. He asked whether Jun wanted to take over Seong Group, and Jun replied that it was only a tool, not his goal. When asked about his dream, Jun said he wanted to build a conglomerate that surpassed Seong Group, starting from scratch and acquiring subsidiaries from Seong and other conglomerates alike. Yoongi asked in disbelief whether Seong Group was just a stall to him, and Jun replied that he didn't want to be handed the company but wanted to earn everything himself. Smiling contentedly, Yoongi said that if that was his son's dream, he had worried for nothing. He admitted he had been considering confronting his brothers or negotiating for cash or shares. As he left, he said he hated quarrels and negotiations that hurt his pride, wished Jun good night, and told him to sleep. Jun reached out in confusion, insisting everything was wrong, but outside under the night sky, Jun's voice echoed again as he asked to speak with his father a little longer. An image appeared of several classic cars lined up in a parking lot. With his hands in his pockets, the protagonist walked slowly between two rows of vehicles and glanced around, noting just how many had gathered here. He climbed the stairs toward a massive building, where more than a dozen men in suits were seated around a huge table. Yahello spoke first, stating that foreign currency flowing into the company must not be spent, not dollars, not yen, not even marks. He said urgent foreign payments still had to be handled because banks were refusing to release their dollar reserves and were holding onto them tightly. With his hands folded and eyes closed, the gray-haired man sat in silence. After a moment, he opened his eyes and asked whether anyone had tried contacting the deputy prime minister. Looking around the room, he asked if they had called him. The chief secretary lowered his gaze and replied that the calls were being ignored. Grinding his teeth slightly, the chairman said it was obvious, since the call was effectively coming from him, and politicians were now avoiding businessmen altogether. Lifting his head, he coldly asked what the maximum amount was they could gather by collecting all unclaimed funds within the group. Hatch answered that if all urgent payments were completed by year-end, it would be a little over 400 billion won, since the acquisition of hand steel had already been paid in a lump sum, and money was still flowing there. Yang Cha pressed his lips together, then raised his head and spoke loudly, telling everyone to listen carefully. He declared that instead of giving away money they were supposed to give, they should demand the money they were supposed to receive immediately and convert it into dollars at once. A dark-haired man with glasses said that even offering above market price wouldn't work because there simply were no dollars available. Someone said that an economic singularity was approaching, and that even if the exchange rate hit 3,101 per dollar, dollars would still be impossible to obtain due to severe shortages. The chairman pursed his lips and closed his eyes, and the room fell silent. One representative adjusted his glasses nervously, and someone mentioned Ain. The chairman suddenly opened his eyes wide and impulsively asked if they truly had a secret vault of dollars. The chief secretary replied that not exactly, clarifying that the acquisition price was 1.2 trillion won. The chairman's eyes widened further as he leaned forward and struck the table, smiling as he exclaimed that this was fantasy money, crisp green dollars that definitely existed. Hatch nodded with a smile and said they could exchange currency worth 1.2 trillion won and easily cover the remainder with a bank loan, since there was only a dollar shortage, not a won shortage. Two executives turned to each other with excitement. The chief secretary added that they could even absorb all of Fantasy's dollars by issuing bonds to the Xinjiang Group, as long as they offered higher interest than Fantasy Investment's annual returns. One man asked whether Fantasy would accept such an offer, even with interest. Hatch replied that 1.2 trillion won would need to be exchanged at the current rate. Another clarified that he was referring to interest on bonds for the remaining dollars. Lowering his head, the chairman chuckled, then suddenly burst into loud laughter, declaring that he would handle this problem himself. The man with glasses and the brown-haired executive both stared at him in surprise. Folding his hands confidently, the chairman said he was very close to the owner of Fantasy Investments. The chief secretary hesitated and said that CEO Xian was no ordinary man and knew the true value of his dollars better than anyone. The chairman smiled wider and said Xian was only a manager, not the owner. Several people froze, mouths slightly open, exchanging suspicious glances. The chairman asked why they were starring and told them not to overthink it, saying it wasn't his money anyway, and asked where he would even get that many dollars since his own pockets were empty. A gray-haired man touched his chin while Hatch stepped back silently. The chairman slammed his palm on the table and ordered everyone out, warning them not to speak to anyone about his instructions and to follow them precisely. One by one, The men in suits exited through the wooden doors. The chairman folded his hands and looked at Hatch, who bowed deeply and left. As he exited, he glanced sideways thoughtfully. The chairman smiled faintly. Downstairs, several men in suits descended the steps, chatting cheerfully. The protagonist sat on a red sofa watching them, nodding how animated they were, sipping drinks through straws. He thought it strange, since this was supposed to be an emergency meeting about countermeasures for a crisis, yet no one looked worried. He wondered if it was because Xinjiang Group dominated the economy and still had overwhelming financial power. The chairman approached him with open arms and a bright smile. The protagonist asked what he was so happy about, rolling his eyes internally and jokingly thinking they might have chosen him as successor, immediately dismissing the thought as impossible. Yahello suddenly asked whether the protagonist was the owner of Fantasy Investments. The protagonist pressed his lips together and stared silently at his grandfather. Sitting down across from him, the chairman said that today they would speak not as grandfather and grandson, but as owner to owner. The protagonist asked why so suddenly and joked that it was frightening. The chairman smirked and said not to pretend, since curiosity was written all over his face. Looking away, the protagonist thought it wasn't his expression but his grandfather that was the problem. He reminded himself that negotiations belonged to the one with leverage, and while neither side seemed to have it openly, both held hidden cards. He knew his own card but not his opponent's, which made his grandfather's calm expression unsettling in the face of an approaching currency crisis. Leaning back in a chair, the chairman asked whether the money for the AIN Group acquisition was prepared. The protagonist touched his chin and asked what was being planned, saying the funds could simply be transferred from an overseas account. Smiling, the chairman said they were naturally in dollars. The protagonist's eyes widened as he understood everything. His grandfather needed dollar reserves before the crisis hit. He confirmed that the funds were in American bank. The chairman raised his hand and asked him to exchange them, specifically 1.2 trillion won. The protagonist confirmed calmly, stating that at the current rate of 1,201 per dollar, it amounted to $1 billion. The chairman suggested doing it tomorrow. The protagonist's expression shifted as he laughed lightly and said he didn't want to. Shock spread across the chairman's face as he asked what he meant. With his eyes closed, the protagonist replied that there was no reason to complicate things, since he could simply transfer the money directly to the creditor bank and avoid exchange altogether. The chairman's eyes widened as he asked if that was truly possible. The protagonist smiled and confirmed it, adding that he had eyes and ears and could clearly see the dollar's relentless rise. He said that the merger of Xinjiang and AIN Motors should be completed first, with creditor authorization signed before payment, and that paying later would only benefit him. The chairman continued to stare at his grandson in disbelief, as the protagonist calmly concluded that delaying payment was not disadvantageous for him at all. He studied his grandfather carefully, wondering if he had pushed too hard. Yahello suddenly chuckled, lifting his head and laughing loudly, declaring that everything was exactly as expected from his grandson and that he was becoming more interesting. The protagonist watched him calmly, thinking that his grandfather was still a snake buying time with laughter. Smiling, Yahello offered 1,501 per dollar. The protagonist told him to try again. Gritting his teeth, the chairman raised it to 1,600. The protagonist said he wasn't interested. Annoyed, the chairman reminded him that all those dollars originally came from land he had donated. The protagonist replied calmly that it was a deal. As a child, he studied hard, scored perfect grades, brought joy to his grandfather, and received land in return. Though the land was worth tens of millions, the joy he gained was worth it. He said it was a smart deal. The chairman snapped irritably that a few hundred million won was pocket change to him. Covering his eyes, he called his grandson poisonous and asked how he even remembered such things. The protagonist smiled and said it was his grandfather who brought it up 10 years ago. The chairman sighed, saying he seemed to be giving in, then told him to name his price. The protagonist shifted slightly and said the scales were unbalanced. He was buying dollars that would soon be worth more than gold with one that would become worthless paper. He told his grandfather to put something else on the scale. The chairman asked if he really thought the one would fall that far. The protagonist replied that if money couldn't buy dollars, it was no different from toilet paper. The chairman's eyes widened. He slammed his fist on the table and pointed forward. The protagonist wondered if he had gone too far. Seeing his grandfather so worried made his heart ache, and for a moment he considered offering a small amount of support, then snapped himself out of it. Yanchel tapped the table and asked how he knew there would be a dollar shortage. The protagonist said he learned it from the press. The chairman scoffed, saying the media exaggerated everything. The protagonist replied that truth was like poetry, often ignored even when written by Nobel Prize winners. The chairman admitted that truth was powerful but unreadable to most, then asked what he should put on the scale. The protagonist stayed silent, thinking carefully. He reminded himself that Senyang was already drowning and that he held the life jacket. When fear peaked and gold was thrown away, that was when he would offer salvation. Opening his eyes, he answered that merger ratio negotiations should be placed on the table. The chairman shouted that his grandson had a black soul. The protagonist replied that it was a reasonable request, not greed. The chairman accused him of smearing his words with oil, calling it obvious greed. The protagonist asked whether there was anyone in the world without greed, and whether business wasn't about satisfying desires. The chairman leaned back, saying greed would always be criticized, so he would simply be very greedy. Smiling, he called his grandson respectable, correcting himself to say respectable grandson. The protagonist reminded him of the joy he brought as a child and the fortune he later saved. The chairman shouted that he had given him far more. He boasted that since unifying Senyang, no one dared oppose him. Even fire itself couldn't take what belonged to him. The protagonist wondered if the 70-year-old man truly still burned with rivalry. The chairman laughed, saying he wasn't taking but sharing, and proposed a confrontation between grandfather and grandson. The protagonist realized he wouldn't get anything through goodwill now. The chairman confidently said he would determine the merger ratio himself, and that what he offered might exceed what his grandson could gain by fighting. No grandfather would be stingy with his grandson. The protagonist stared silently, then smiled and said that as a respectable grandson, how could he rob his grandfather of joy? The chairman smiled, satisfied, and despite that, the protagonist rejected the proposal with a confident grin. The protagonist asked calmly what the second option would be. The gray-haired man looked at him seriously and replied that it was not really an offer at all, that this was usually called a threat. He added that once he moved forward, the boy would regret rejecting the first proposal. Squinting slightly, the protagonist felt confused. He had never truly been threatened before, and he wondered what kind of threat this even was. Folding his hands and closing his eyes, Yang Angchao stated that since the proposal had been rejected, there would be no merger between Sang Motors and Ain Motors. The protagonist's eyes widened. Smirking, the old man continued, saying that President Dio would hold a press conference the next morning and announce that Fantasy, which had acquired Ain Group, made unreasonable demands, causing the merger to fail. He would apologize publicly for disturbing the people. The protagonist stared at his grandfather in silence. Then he coldly told him to continue. Calm and confident, he said this was a very weak threat. The old man's face twisted in shock and disbelief as he asked what he meant. The protagonist kept staring calmly. Annoyed, the chairman shouted that if the acquisition failed, he would interfere however he pleased, and that the boy was being frivolous about acquiring the company. The protagonist looked away, thinking something was deeply wrong. He wondered if his grandfather believed that without the merger, Ain Group could not be taken over. Turning back, he said that since the merger was the first condition of the acquisition, the situation had indeed changed, and now it was a real emergency. The chairman looked genuinely shaken. He then declared that there was one thing that would never change. When asked what that was, the veins in his neck bulged as he said that his influence would remain constant. If the merger was canceled, he could call the creditors, the banks, the Blue House, even the National Assembly, and stop the takeover. He asked if the terms would then be reconsidered. Calmly, almost indifferently, he looked away and said that in the current situation, influence no longer worked the same way. He explained that the government had already injected $11 billion into the foreign exchange market, and the rate was still skyrocketing. Korea's usable foreign reserves were only $2 billion, and even the deputy prime minister had publicly admitted they were seeking loans from friendly nations. The chairman stared, stunned, as the protagonist said that influence had not weakened, it had disappeared. Everyone was struggling to survive, and no one would answer calls anymore. He told his grandfather to take the situation far more seriously. He added that it didn't matter whether influence worked or not anymore. In fact, it was better this way because there would be no competing bets. Fantasy's bet would be the only one. He asked whether creditors would still favor Sang Group if it tried to buy AIN for 1.2 trillion won and ended up completely drained. With a calm smile, he said the chairman of Daehin Group must already be clutching his chest. The chairman raised his hand to interrupt, but the protagonist told him to listen. He said his grandfather was hoping this emergency would be corrected soon, but that hope was just desire. Calmly, with quiet certainty, he stated that this crisis would not pass and that the country would not escape it. The chairman listened in silence as the protagonist explained that people believed a nation like Korea could not collapse so easily, and that belief suppressed fear. But when collapse does not come quickly, anxiety grows even worse. The chairman asked if his confidence was truly unshakable. The protagonist replied that something unimaginable would happen in the coming days. Korea's foreign reserves were $2 billion, and he personally held half of that. When that money entered the country, banks and corporations would line up at Fantasy's door. Smirking, the chairman said that if the boy wanted to see him, he would need to take a number. The protagonist calmly replied that his grandfather was already number 0. Silence filled the room. The chairman finally smiled and said he needed to call Hatch and reconsider. The protagonist noticed that for the first time, his grandfather was stepping back. He said he was bored and wanted to finish the acquisition quickly. When asked if something was more important than this, he replied that he needed to shake the dollars in his hand and choose which company to put in his cart. Slowly, realization dawned on the chairman's face. He asked how many dollars the boy had. The protagonist said he could not show his wallet, but he was confident he could swallow Wang Motors as well. He explained that he planned to unite AIN Motors and Wang Motors, and if Sang Motors was added, it would rival Diane Motors. Smiling, he called it another gift to his grandfather. He said he would wait for the second proposal, but time was short. The chairman smiled, saying the threat still felt weak, and calmly that nothing was over until it was over and reminded him those were his own words. He added that now, those words were no longer nonsense. The chairman burst into laughter, while later, alone, he sat tapping the table, troubled. He thought about the foreign exchange crisis and remembered his grandson's words. For the first time, fear truly took hold. He summoned department heads and issued emergency orders, demanding all export earnings be stored in dollars, foreign investments canceled regardless of penalties, and overseas bids lowered to secure immediate payments. Panic filled the room as sweat ran down faces. When asked if he had spoken to the Fantasy owner, the chairman confirmed it, admitting that even during the war he had not been this afraid. He declared that the one with dollars was strong. That night, preparations began. On November 19, 1997, the Deputy Prime Minister declared confidence in handling the crisis without the IMF. 2 days later, he publicly requested IMF assistance. The next day, a presidential address confirmed it. This marked the beginning of the IMF era. The stock index collapsed, credit ratings fell, banks were suspended, conglomerates went bankrupt, and signs were torn down into his phone. He ordered them to pay for the takeover only after the merger was completed and told them to reread the agreement carefully. The deadline was February next year, which meant there was still plenty of time. His irritation flared as he asked why payment had to be made in dollars. He said he would give them 1.2 trillion won in cash, 10,000 won bills if necessary. He slammed the phone down and leaned back. When June asked if it was about jail bank, Sahin replied that chaos was spreading everywhere. He frowned at his nephew and asked how things had gone and whether Chairman Yangchao was still hesitating. June flipped through a magazine and smiled, saying it didn't look like the old man was planning to give in since he was too stubborn. Sahin crossed his arms and grinned. He added that if his nephew matured a little more, he would never give in to anyone either. He remarked that June was trying too hard to extract more from his grandfather. If the exchange rate rose further and hit 2001 per dollar, Sahin joked. June replied calmly that he would be grateful, because then his 3 trillion would become 5. Sahin rested his head on his hand and said that was exactly his point. Having 5 trillion at the age of 20 was abnormal, so he was curious how it felt. June smiled and told him not to get too excited. He said he wanted to take that money and enjoy life as an aristocrat somewhere in Europe. Sahin looked at him in surprise and said that was actually possible. June asked which sounded better, being the chairman of a Korean conglomerate meddling in government affairs or a rich European aristocrat. Sahin replied sadly that both sounded boring. June smiled and told him to wait a little longer, saying he would become chairman himself and make sure Sahin enjoyed retirement like a European noble. Sahin shaded his eyes with his palm and agreed. As the sun set, the massive corporate building was buried in orange light. One department head stood before Yangchao and vowed to succeed and repay his kindness. The chairman crossed his arms and told him to stop flattering him and focus on securing $2 billion instead. The man bowed and left. Hack stood quietly, watching the chairman. After a moment, he asked if Yangchao could tell him who the owner of Fantasy was so he could try negotiating cooperation. The chairman replied gloomily that it wasn't necessary and said he would handle it himself. He ordered Hack to visit the opposition camp and deliver vitamins along with a message that if they provided $2 billion, the Federation of Korean Industries would actively cooperate with the next administration. Hack bowed and left. Alone, Yangchao opened a black folder on the table and began reading numerical reports. 17.7%. That was the maximum share that could be allocated to Saying Motors. He thought about trading that influence not for $1 billion, but for a favorable exchange rate. He remembered his grandson's dark grin and recalled June saying he would bring everything back to Saying Group after the merger. But he knew that was unlikely. Yangchao leaned back and sighed, thinking that 17.7% was not the end for June but only the beginning. If that calculating boy truly targeted Saying Group, the rest of his children would be pushed aside. He rubbed his neck and muttered that despite everything, June still had a big heart, judging by how he treated his father. Still, now was not the time to think about family. The group came first. He looked out the window and consoled himself that if the company was ever taken, at least it would be by blood. The office darkened as lamps flickered on. Elsewhere, Sahin reviewed company lists with June, explaining which firms were the most reliable. June asked which was best from an accounting perspective. Sahin pointed to the top entries, nodding profitability and technology but saying those weren't the only factors. June chuckled thoughtfully. Sahin asked whether Daya Construction would collapse. June replied calmly that only Sang and Diane groups could survive on their own. The rest were like candles in the wind. Sahin argued that Daya only needed minimal government support. June stood, hands in pockets, and said they would see. Later, riding through the city at night, June reflected that after the IMF crisis of 1997, Korea had entered an era of natural selection. Predators would bare their teeth and tear apart the weak. He waited at a crosswalk watching people pass, thinking that since he had decided to become king of this place, there was no room for mercy. Yunek interrupted his thoughts, informing him that Hansung Daily had been tailing him. June was surprised. He had assumed enemies were internal. Yunek explained that the chairman already knew and had ordered everyone to pretend ignorance. That worried June. His grandfather never made meaningless decisions. At the mansion, June arranged a dinner for the strategic department and exited the car with a satisfied grin, thinking his sister-in-law's map had been useful. Inside, Yang Chao asked if the offer was enough. June studied the document showing 17.7%. He smiled and asked whether this was a deal or an inheritance. Yang Chao laughed and asked if his greed had no end. He said inheritance was for children, not grandchildren. June replied that his father wasn't like him, so expectations were low. Yang Chao smiled and called that good. He then ordered June to stamp the agreement and transfer $1 billion. June hesitated, knowing another push could shatter everything. He finally agreed, stating he would prepare $1 billion at an exchange rate of 1,601. Yang Chao was surprised. June teased him, asking if he truly believed the torment would stop there. Yang Chao warned the rate might reach 2001 and June would lose heavily. June pretended to worry, then relaxed, saying he wasn't petty enough to bankrupt his grandfather. June revealed two requests and placed a map on the table: government land. He wanted to buy it cheaply. Yang Chao exploded, refusing outright. June suggested funding an election campaign so his uncle could become mayor and approve the sale. The chairman roared in fury. June calmly argued that selling land during an economic crisis would face no resistance. When Yang Chao shouted again, June demanded to know why he was so against it. The answer was simple and devastating. Because the mayor was Jin. He was Choi. Silence filled the room as June understood. Political ambition, exposure, and buried crimes. If politics turned hostile, Saying Group would be torn apart. June finally saw the line his grandfather would never cross. He thought about his aunt and uncle, and how his grandfather had already realized that his aunt was using force to demand Saying Group shares equal to his son's, or even more. June looked carefully at his grandfather and asked whether he had considered turning his uncle into a puppet of Saying Group. Seeing the surprise on the chairman's face, June immediately explained. Once his uncle sat in the mayor's chair in Seoul, dirt and dust would naturally cling to him. If you grab onto that, you can control him completely. Yang Chao replied that this dirt would come from Saying itself, and if it were exposed, the company would suffer as well. June's eyes sharpened as he calmly said that he would be the one to throw that dirt and dust, and then grab his uncle by the collar so his grandfather wouldn't have to worry. Yang Chao was taken aback by the pressure. June added that he would also provide the money himself, and his grandfather could use it however he wished. Yang Chao stared at his grandson and asked why, if he was even providing the money, he needed permission at all. June grinned, forming his fingers into a tube, and said that if his grandfather made a single call to the opposition party leader, his uncle wouldn't even be nominated. He raised two fingers and explained that just 2 steps would keep his uncle in the Seoul mayor's seat for 8 years, more than enough time to take everything they needed. Yang Chao folded his arms and asked what the second step was. June smiled and said Dia Construction. The chairman's eyes widened. June calmly explained that blocking government subsidies to Dia Construction would be enough. Yang Chao objected, saying Dia was no small rural shop, but 5th in subcontractors. June replied casually that compared to Ain Group and Saying Motors, Dia was nothing more than a kiosk. Yang Chao fell silent, then smiled faintly and said June wasn't asking for Saying Construction but planning to take Dia itself. June frowned, saying if he asked his grandfather might have given him. Yang Chao stood up, saying it was pointless now since June clearly wanted Dia. June felt irritated, realizing his grandfather was deliberately teasing him. He said that no company could escape the currency crisis, and Dia would also need dollars. Without government subsidies, it would collapse. He added that he would then take it himself. Yang Chao frowned and said Dia was still a good company and only needed minimal help. That meant Dia and his son-in-law becoming mayor were interconnected. June smiled and said he would give the company his blood, turn his uncle into fertilizer, let the company bloom, and then rename it under Sang. The two stared at each other in silence. Yang Chao's expression shifted into something darker, a wicked joy forming as he said that besides himself, June was the only one in the family who truly aimed to increase Sang's subsidiaries. June froze, feeling discomfort as his grandfather's smile carried no warmth. Yang Chao said he needed time to think, but ordered June to move quickly because even the group presidents were restless and needed to be calmed once the $1 billion arrived. June bowed and left, feeling strangely unsettled. Yang Chao watched his grandson's back, deep in thought. The image formed clearly in his mind. A mayor selling state land under the pretense of saving the economy, acquiring a construction company, turning land into money, and doing it all while receiving $1 billion. Cheap, even at that exchange rate. He clenched his fist, realizing June had the confidence to secure hundreds of billions more. He admitted to himself that he had almost agreed instantly, and that frightened him. June was a predator, hiding the temperament of a tiger beneath a gentle face. One day, he would put Sang's name on Ain and Dyer alike. Later at the mansion, 3 cups sat on the table as the topic of 40 billion won arose. Uncle Choi explained the costs, special party fees, payouts to leaders, campaign expenses. June listened impassively, thinking 40 billion sounded like a dog's name. His uncle had no sense of scale. June said it was possible. Aunt Soyeon smiled sweetly, asking if June could provide 3 billion immediately. June agreed but said an agreement must be signed. His uncle laughed, saying no one signs contracts for election funds. June calmly replied that money without receipts still needed agreements. They dismissed him as a child with too much money. June didn't correct them. Instead, he called Sahan. When Sahan arrived, sharp in a tailored suit, the atmosphere shifted. He explained that once money became a business, fear replaced arrogance. He handed June a confidential contract, warning him never to use it until retirement or exile. June smiled, saying he would give it to his grandfather. Sahan panicked, but June explained calmly that the contract was a leash, not a weapon. Later, Sahan asked about control of Sang Group. June said his grandfather would give everything but his soul. Sang didn't understand. June explained that the chairman knew he was the only worthy manager, but greed and ego prevented him from giving power freely. Sang asked about his chances. June said he didn't know. When heart and mind fight, mind doesn't always win. He decided to treat inheritance as a bonus. Sang asked about his chances. June said he didn't know. When heart and mind fight, mind doesn't always win. He decided to treat inheritance as a bonus. June then spoke of the remaining $2.2 billion. He planned to exchange them at peak rates after elections and invest in a media city. Sahan protested, but June calmly explained infrastructure, broadcasting, employment, and political value. An investor pouring $2.2 billion into media during a crisis would be welcomed with open arms. Sahan laughed and asked if June was his grandfather's clone. June smiled lightly and replied that he was simply a respectful grandson. The man frowned and asked what other kind of respect June was talking about. June thought of his father and answered calmly that he would turn SMC into a massive media empire and hand it over to him. San rose from his chair, fists clenched, clearly wanting to say something, but he stopped himself. June stood as well and continued without hesitation, listing cinema, broadcasting, content production, cable networks, and internet media. He said that in the future, all of it would be connected. June added that his father was also the chairman's son, so giving him an equivalent share was necessary to preserve face. San's eyes widened in shock. June grew more serious and explained that Fantasy's American branch already had deep ties with major film companies. Looking out the window, he said that if done correctly, a global media company could be born. Yang Chao sat silently, rereading the contract. His expression darkened slightly before he finally set it aside and admitted that June had managed to secure everything in the end. June smirked faintly and said that with this contract, even if his uncle became mayor, he would never be able to disobey his grandfather. Once it was made public, any resistance would end with charges under the Political Funds Act and total political ruin. Yang Chao removed his glasses and said all he truly needed was a few acres of land, and replied that he could take the rest for himself. He remarked that during the contract signing, his aunt had shown remarkable insight. Yang Chao immediately understood. She had realized the value of state-owned land and made it clear that June should not even dream of taking all of it in exchange for election funding. Yang Chao smiled and told him to take everything and give it to his grandson. June grinned inwardly, realizing he had just received implicit permission. He raised both hands and said calmly that making money through apartment construction was not his style. Yang Chao rubbed his chin and warned that this entire plan was reckless, since there was no guarantee his uncle would even win the election. June replied confidently that thinking positively already increased his odds. Yang Chao chuckled and admitted he couldn't keep up with his grandson's thinking. June smiled, feeling a trace of pity for whoever would run against his uncle, knowing the Sang group had already ordered a full excavation of the opponent's past. Yang Chao folded his arms and said that since June had spent so much money placing the Seoul mayor directly into his hands, he could not stay uninvolved. During the election, he would help as well. June bowed in thanks, though he quietly reflected on how shameless it was for his grandfather to phrase it that way, as if it hadn't been June's money in the first place. Yang Chao noticed the disappointment and reassured him, saying he would give him another gift. If there was anything he wanted, he should speak now. June hesitated, then said he was considering starting a new business, but would explain after the election. Yang Chao warned him that any business requiring government involvement was bound to be dangerous. Politics added countless variables, and politicians never helped without demanding something in return. June grew tense, unsure whether this was advice or a warning. He stood and promised that once the plan was complete, he would consult his grandfather first and stop immediately if told to do so. Yang Chao smiled, satisfied. He told June it was his money and his business, that he didn't need permission, and even failure would be valuable experience. On the morning of December 19th, news spread everywhere that Kim Dong of the Second National Assembly had been elected president. Inside a cafe, June sat with his classmates, laughing and talking. One of them teased him, asking if he had forgotten his promise to pass exams without restrictions. June smiled and said he remembered everything. They joked that as a third-generation chaebol, he must never come to places like this. June only grinned. In truth, he had been to places like this countless times, even ordering alcohol without snacks when money was tight. He raised his hand and decided to give his friends the meal he once wanted but couldn't afford. He ordered bottled beer. The waitress and his classmates stared in shock. June smiled and added that since he hadn't drunk in a long time, he would do it properly. A friend suddenly shouted across the restaurant that June was buying drinks. Ignoring the noise, June ordered appetizers, then fried chicken at his friend's insistence. His classmates asked if he often visited places like this. June answered honestly, saying he ate kebabs at train stations with family and stews with his uncles. He asked if they really thought chaebol families only ate in luxury hotels every day. At home, he said, they ate ordinary soup and rice, nothing special. Remembering his past, June realized how easy it was to blend in now and decided to wash away the image of a privileged heir. A group of fourth-year students approached their table. One of them apologized and asked to speak. They explained that companies were refusing to hire new employees. June listened quietly as they asked what would happen next, whether they should switch to studying for exams like the bar. June hesitated. Telling the truth would crush them, but lying would be worse. He took a sip of his drink and finally spoke. He told them to quit their current plans and study for exams. Shock rippled through the table. He explained calmly that recruitment would stop, mass layoffs would begin, and corporations would fire at least 30% of their workforce under the excuse of restructuring. The IMF crisis was not just a liquidity issue. It was systemic collapse. He said the concept of lifetime employment would disappear. Freelance labor would replace stable jobs. When they asked what a freelancer was, June pointed at the waitress and asked what would happen if her boss told her to quit tomorrow. She would leave immediately, with no protection. He explained that this model would spread to even large corporations. Silence followed. June said recovery would take years, and unless they were studying for exams, joining the army might be the only option. His classmates didn't fully grasp it yet, but June knew that next year, many of them would sit on benches in despair, finally understanding what his words meant. The fourth-year student turned to Jun and thanked him sincerely. The man with glasses offered only a faint smile in Jun's direction. Jun looked at him and calmly explained that he had merely described the worst possible scenario because the people around him were the ones who ran companies, and they always prepared for the worst case first. The fourth-year student lifted his glass of beer and said that they should also prepare for the worst, since graduation was already right in front of them. The man with glasses apologized for ruining the mood and offered Jun a drink. Suddenly, he raised his glass high and shouted to everyone in the establishment that they still had time, enough time to save themselves from the crisis, so there was no need to worry and they should drink properly while they could. Smiles spread across the room. Even if some of them were forced, the atmosphere lightened. People began chatting loudly, clinking glasses, some standing to make playful toasts. Jun smiled quietly as he drank. Then the door opened. Someone approached their table. A shadow stretched across the floor as the person walked closer. Jun looked up, puzzled. A girl wrapped in warm clothes stood in front of him. He kept his face expressionless, but inside he felt a flash of panic as he struggled to remember her name. The girl pointed sharply at him and asked if he had already forgotten it. Jun admitted it honestly. A slightly drunk fourth-year student asked why she was there. Jun's eyes widened as her name finally came back to him. Minin. Minin smiled faintly and sat down. As she loosened her coat, she asked for only half a glass since she needed to return to the library afterward. Jun stared at her. A fourth-year student asked with open hostility whether she even studied during the holidays and why she had time to sit there. Minin answered calmly that preparing for the state exam took 2 years, and people had the right to decide how to spend their own time. Jun lowered his glass, sensing something deeper behind her words. Minin suddenly called everyone funny and asked if they had come here to ask Jun about the state of enterprises and how long the crisis would last. Everyone froze. The man with glasses realized in that moment that Minin understood the world far better than she let on. Minin downed her drink in one gulp and said that even Seoul University graduates were already crying because once they left campus, life became brutal. At least law students still had exams to rely on. Jun frowned slightly. Someone asked Minin if she and Jun discussed economic issues during the day. One of Jun's classmates shouted in denial, then panicked and asked Minin to confirm that Jun hated people proud of strength or money. He pointed at Jun, saying he had both. The table erupted in laughter. Jun closed his eyes briefly. He didn't envy them. As someone who had lived a far longer life internally, desire rarely ruled him anymore. Minin stood up, put her coat back on, and said goodbye. As she passed Jun, she asked him to come outside. She said she had something to ask. Outside, the cold air bit into Jun's skin. Minin hesitated, embarrassed, then confessed that passing the state exam before graduation was her duty. She explained the pressure her family placed on her. Finally, she stepped closer and said quietly that she didn't have time to date him. Jun stared in confusion. Minin scolded him for reacting so weakly. When he asked if she didn't hate people proud of money and power, she answered simply that he was handsome. Then she added that even if they were busy, they could meet for lunch once or twice a month. Jun finally understood. She was asking him out. He smiled. Minin clenched her fist in victory. Jun told her to call him and he would send a car. Then he warned that they couldn't date like ordinary people. Minin stared in shock. Jun waved goodbye and returned inside. His classmates immediately demanded answers. He lied casually, saying it was about a group assignment. Moments later, Minin burst back in and shouted that from today, she and Jun were dating. The first years were horrified. The fourth years laughed. Jun realized there was no escaping it now. The scene shifted to the family mansion. Yangchao's daughter and her husband stood nervously as he listed their assets. He scolded his daughter for having less than her sisters. She snapped that this was why she entered politics, to compensate for power. Yang Chao sighed deeply. Her husband boasted about his political future, causing Yang Chao to nearly laugh at the irony. Yang Chao called people into the office. 5 sat across from the couple. He announced that from today onward they would support his son-in-law's campaign. The man bowed deeply, thanking him. Yang Chao handed over folders. One contained future deputy mayor candidates. Another listed influential organization heads. Promises were already written. The son-in-law realized in horror that Sang Group would effectively rule Seoul. He felt like a puppet but endured silently, vowing to counterattack once he had power. The scene shifted again. Jun and Sean arrived at a Lion Company branch. They were greeted warmly. Liang stepped forward, extending her hand. Sean shook it politely, thanking her for coming. Liang pointed toward the chairs and told Xian to sit, reminding him that the man who saved Aji Group was owed repayment. Byun stood quietly to the side, watching the exchange, his expression turning serious as he recalled a recent conversation with his grandfather. The chairman remarked that Li Jiang's career was impressive, but what truly surprised the protagonist was learning that Liang was a graduate of the 16th class of the military academy, had worked in the Central Bureau during the Fifth Republic, and had even been a member of the Changman Party. Jae-cho glanced at his grandson and explained that in the early days, Li Jiang had been indispensable to Changman, much like the head of the Secretariat, because of his exceptional capabilities. June flinched slightly when Liang asked Xian who he was. San, seated next to Liang, calmly introduced him as his employee, explaining that there were no secrets between them since everything discussed would eventually be shared anyway. Jun bowed politely to Liang, who smiled and reassured San not to worry, saying he had nothing to hide. As the three of them settled onto the couches, Liang asked Xian directly whether Fantasy Investments planned to transfer $2.2 billion of available capital from its New York headquarters to Korea. After receiving confirmation, Liang asked if there were any conditions. Xian replied that he simply wanted to discuss everything in person. Liang's attention shifted to the folder handed to him, which contained a detailed plan to establish an SMC within a media group. He stared at it silently. Jun frowned slightly, realizing that Liang showed no surprise at the massive figure of $2.2 billion. Watching Li Jiang remain calm, Jun wondered whether the man truly understood the value of money. Only when Liang glanced at San did his lips tremble faintly as he asked why an investor would pursue this, nodding that finance and construction were not exactly compatible fields. San answered calmly that the business plan went far beyond construction, which was only one component, and that the project was structured as an independent enterprise. He encouraged Liang to consider the situation from a positive perspective. Liang grinned and asked whether San truly considered a massive injection of foreign dollars into Korea a positive thing. San acknowledged the concern, and Liang reminded them that even if Korea benefited initially, the money would eventually return to the United States. The chairman glanced at Jun, who calmly responded that it would actually be the opposite. Introducing representatives of various companies, Jun explained that their firm specialized in transferring money earned in the United States back into Korea, generating massive profits through reinvestment. With those profits, they had even acquired Aji Group. Looking straight at Li Jiang, Jun referred to the entire process as pioneer of export. Liang frowned, confused by the term, but then smiled when Jun clarified that he was simply playing with words. Turning to Liang, the protagonist explained that export was any activity that brought in foreign currency, and even if they did not sell physical goods, they were still earning dollars. After listening carefully, Liang admitted that while it looked that way now, the future could be different. Xian added that if profit alone were the goal, they would not have absorbed losses from double currency conversion, since it would be extremely difficult to extract double profits from the proposed plan. He urged the chairman to review the folder at least once. Liang hesitated, then finally picked it up. As he read through the documents, it became clear that for him, the word exporter symbolized power and national pride. Exports were what had transformed Korea from one of the poorest nations into an economic powerhouse. From childhood, Koreans had grown up watching ships loaded with resources, knowing their country lacked them. That was why Liang felt uncomfortable hearing a term so deeply tied to national pride spoken casually by someone who only dealt in money. Placing the folder on the table, Liang summarized the plan as an attempt to create a mecca for Korea's media industry. With a slight smile, he asked Sion whether they planned to invest the full $2.2 billion into media. Sion replied that media was only one area, explaining that they intended to invest across multiple sectors and act as managing partners in Korea, while gradually transitioning control to local investors. Liang folded his hands and thought deeply before asking what industry San had decided on. San hesitated, clearly nervous, while Jun noticed his uncle's shock. Liang praised Sion's intellect, which only made him more flustered. Seeing this, the protagonist smiled slightly, remembering a meeting with new millennium entrepreneurs, where the government had pushed hard to support venture capital as a way to stimulate the economy. He also recalled discussions about cultural enrichment, realizing that removing the American investment label from fantasy investments would align perfectly with current government priorities. Listening carefully, Lee Jong nodded as Jun explained that this sector would significantly support small and medium-sized businesses. He gestured confidently, saying that if government policy shifted in this direction, the results would be outstanding. Liang expressed strong agreement, clearly pleased. Jun noted internally that politicians only wanted to hear answers that matched their own desires, and what Li Jong wanted most was a vision of a strong future. Liang then asked Sion whether he was considering investing directly in this sector, but Jun suddenly intervened, stating that their company had no such intention. The statement shocked both Sion and Liang. Liang frowned, irritation surfacing, but Jun calmly explained that the industry should grow through new technologies alone. If private capital interfered too early, innovation would be flattened, and young ventures would be restrained by outdated capitalism. Surprised, Liang asked whether that meant turning the industry into a state-run entity. Jun replied calmly that the government should focus on infrastructure and let entrepreneurs emerge naturally, which would ultimately bring greater profits. Liang grew thoughtful, clearly weighing the argument. Silence fell as he considered the words. Finally, he said that Jun's opinion was interesting. Lowering his hand, he announced that the plan would be carefully reviewed and that they would be contacted later. In the meantime, he asked them to explain the broader investment strategy. San stared in disbelief. Even Jun was shocked, knowing that such words from the selection committee chairman were effectively approval. After a moment, Liang extended his hand and shook Sion. Byun watched with a faint smile, noticing that the chairman did not offer his hand to him, a subtle reminder of hierarchy. Jun felt a brief sting of disappointment but understood the message. Minutes later, Jun and San walked down the street, both smiling. San asked whether Jun was interested in investments. When he disagreed, San demanded to know why he seemed so dismissive of a highly profitable industry. Jun replied bluntly that they now owned a company competing for championships with Daewoo Motors and had no place among venture firms struggling for incremental gains. San bristled, arguing that once such companies grew, they could not be ignored. Jun countered calmly, stating that their Sang branch alone had earned over 2 trillion 1 year earlier, a level most ventures would never reach. San snapped that Jun needed to understand the value of every penny. Smiling, Jun replied that San was free to invest wherever he wished and earn some pocket money. San fell silent, frowning deeply. Unaware, Jun thought about smaller firms that had yet to grow, including Windy City from Next Sun, which had launched only last year. Suddenly, San stopped him, shouting not to make a mistake. Startled, Jun asked what he meant. San erupted in anger, saying that possessing hundreds of billions did not make one a conglomerate chairman. His teeth clenched as he explained that real chairmen commanded tens of thousands of laborers whose small earnings built empires. It was with those pennies that his grandfather had bought a steel mill in China. Jun listened in shock as San continued, saying that without those workers there would be no chairman. Through clenched teeth, San accused Jun of acting like a chaebol without ever being a laborer himself. The words hit hard. Jun lowered his head, remembering his past life, realizing that for the first time in 10 years San was right. He had grown arrogant. His lips trembled as he bowed and asked for forgiveness. Surprised by the sudden change, San waved it off, saying nothing serious had happened and that realizing it quickly was what mattered. As they continued walking, San again suggested discussing future investments. Jun proposed online games, suggesting 1 billion won each in 2 companies. San rubbed his jaw, then countered with 10 billion total, nomming 2 games and letting Jun choose the rest, spreading smaller amounts across multiple ventures. He smiled and reminded Jun that the government was preparing to support the IT sector. Jun smiled back, regretting that this capable man would retire in 5 years. Winter of 1997 arrived. The streets grew cold, and for the first time, Christmas music was absent. Inside a quiet office, influential figures gathered, discussing matters softly while Jun and San observed. One man asked whether they should begin the takeover process now that merger talks with Sang were complete. San replied calmly that the agreement was not yet signed and that share adjustments were still underway. Another asked when it would finish. San said that question should be directed to Sang. As the discussion continued, Jun suddenly interrupted, saying that was not all. The men looked at him in confusion. When asked who he was, Jun bowed as San introduced him as someone summoned from the U.S. headquarters to oversee the merger and acquisition. The room fell silent. 3 men stood, offering their business cards. Jun realized they were measuring his status. When they read his card, confusion spread. Jun apologized for using an English name, explaining that as a second-generation Korean born in the U.S., he was registered as Howard Jin. Whispers followed, unease settling in as they grasped his authority. Folding his hands, Jun explained that their investment analysis team was double-checking the acquisition. One man protested, asking why. San closed his eyes, saying nothing. Jun grinned, explaining that even now, the bank adhered strictly to its systems, ignoring hierarchy. San admitted he had tried to intervene, but procedures ruled everything. Jun added that this rigidity was precisely why the system was powerful. He then laid out the original scenario. Sang had planned to acquire Agi Motors but exhausted its capital buying Hando Steel. That was when they approached fantasy. The plan was to hold Agi Motors until Sang raised funds, then sell it at a premium. The room went silent. Jun struck the table, stating that during the currency crisis, the purchase price had been 1.2 trillion won at an exchange rate of 800 to $1. Now the rate was 1,800, reducing the value to around $670 million. If it rose to 2,500, it would drop even further. The men panicked, arguing that the IMF had already injected $2 billion. Jun cut them off, reminding them that 55.5 billion had been promised, but only 2 had arrived, and that a change in power would force renegotiations. The room fell silent once again. The protagonist frowned slightly and told the man that the promised money would never arrive. The statement shocked the head of the company. One representative adjusted his glasses without speaking. Another coughed into his fist and avoided eye contact. Dodden placed his hands calmly on the armrests and said plainly that if they wanted to survive, you need fantasy money by the end of the year. He continued, explaining that the new government would soon begin consolidating banks. Exporting companies earned dollars, importing companies needed them, and whoever controlled the right currency would control the market. Sean glanced at Jun as he added that the Korean market was unstable, and the real question was whether the economy would rise again or collapse completely. Silence swallowed the room. The man with glasses finally asked what Jun was trying to say. The protagonist stared at him for a moment, then said calmly that although their company held first priority acquisition rights, they intended to give them up. Shock rippled across the room. The head of the company froze. Another man's mouth fell open. The man with glasses nearly shouted, demanding to know what Jun was talking about. Jun clasped his fingers together and said that keeping those rights would mean ruin. As the men jumped to their feet, he asked them calmly whether the U-Group would intervene if Fantasy stepped aside from acquiring Agi Motors. The room fell into stunned silence. Everyone understood that Hyun would not involve. Sean closed his eyes, not daring to interfere. Jun smiled faintly, knowing that now everyone would rush to settle matters as quickly as possible. The scene shifted to Yanchel's office, where the old man openly admired Jun's decision. With a slight smile, Yell said that it was Dodden's words and actions that forced everyone to make a choice. Jun remained silent, remembering how he had announced the purchase price directly to the company's representatives. One of them had shouted angrily that it was only 60% of the original valuation. Jun had not argued. He had simply closed his eyes and said that if they agreed, $400 million would be deposited into their account that very day. They had gone silent instantly. Yell smiled, praising his grandson for not giving them time to think. He said that if Jun had allowed hesitation, they would have found a way out. Jun shrugged, saying it would not work next year. The old man grinned and asked whether he should drive the wedge deeper to force acceptance. Jun nodded, asking him to prepare Sang's consultant position, promising to cover all expenses. Yell laughed, saying his grandson was learning bad habits. Jun smiled inwardly, knowing exactly who he had learned them from. Soon after, Yell handed Jun an envelope. Inside was a list of banks scheduled to be sold and merged. Jun froze in shock. The old man said calmly that he had been wondering how to use this information, but now it clearly belonged to his grandson. When Jun asked whether the banks knew, Yell replied with a wide smile that only the U-Group was aware. Jun was horrified but quickly said he could use it effectively. Yell leaned back, remarking that Jun was simply lucky. He added that once those banks realized they were about to be discarded, they would beg and soon enough bow in gratitude. Jun studied the list with regret, thinking that if he had known earlier, negotiations could have started at 50% instead of 60%. Yell then mentioned that Sang planned to announce large-scale reconstruction early next year. Jun understood instantly that managing $1 billion was not easy for everyone. He called the decision difficult, but Yell replied that he was tired of uncompetitive branches draining money. The old man smiled again, relieved that he would not have to listen to complaints about unfair dismissals. Jun shuddered, remembering how companies that survived the IMF crisis gained dominance and how monopolization followed. Yell stood, saying it was time to act on plans he had delayed for years. He told his grandson it was his 20th birthday present. Confused, Jun listened as Yell explained that he would receive shares in the company through the restructuring plan, allowing him to acquire them cheaply. Jun shouted in disbelief. The old man laughed, amused that someone who had taken over Suy and G Motors was thrilled by a few extra shares. That evening, Sang contacted Fantasy's New York office, and $400 million were transferred to the creditor's account. The next morning, lawyers reviewed the revised Agi Group acquisition agreement at the bank's headquarters. By afternoon, the deal was signed. January 1, 1998 arrived at the June family estate. Chandeliers glowed in celebration. Guests chatted freely while the protagonist's family stood at the center. Sangjun stiffened when his grandfather asked whether he was studying music. Bowing politely with a glass in hand, Sangjun explained that he was involved in producing music albums. The old man smiled, saying he already knew everything, then asked whether he was too old to understand such things. Sangjun hesitated, then admitted he had changed his major. The grandfather encouraged him to succeed in what he loved. Next, Yell told Sangjun to learn from his father, then turned to Yoongi, asking whether he truly ran the largest film company in Korea. Yoongi denied it modestly, but Yell interrupted, saying that in 10 years he had built a company comparable to the largest. Yoongi replied confidently that next year they would be among the very top. The room froze. The protagonist's mother was stunned. Jun simply smiled. Turning back to Sangjun, the grandfather warned him not to waste time and to finish his studies quickly so he could be the best in his field within 10 years. Sangjun clenched his fist, then bowed deeply, swearing to become the best. Jun smiled quietly as he sipped his drink. Later, while at home, Jun saw the first news of the year. Two banks were being sold, one a former savings bank, the other a regional bank that had grown nationally. Both were listed for foreign sale. Public outrage exploded and gratitude toward the IMF vanished. Jun realized the IMF aid had come with conditions. What shocked him most was that this event had never occurred in his past life. He flipped through his notebook repeatedly, unable to find any record of it. Despair hit him. If he had known earlier, could he have bought a bank himself? He clenched his fists. Having such information was like having wings. The joy of owning a major automobile company only days earlier vanished. His anger sharpened, and he set a single goal in his mind. Soon, reporters crowded the entrance of the June family mansion as a massive motorcade arrived. Guests praised the daughter-in-law for the invitation. She smiled, explaining that she would live with her husband's family in the main estate. Friends joked that Chaebol still lived like the Joseon era. She replied calmly that even if offered another home, she would refuse, because a princess could not leave her kingdom. Laughing softly, she said her only duty was to smile sweetly at breakfast and dinner, calling it worth it. Elsewhere at a remote estate, Yonan's friends joked about his married life. One suggested nothing would change. Yonan sighed, cigarette in hand, saying his father now demanded he take the company seriously. Stubbing out the cigarette, he smiled and said that while they ignored their wives, they also ignored the old men. As he turned to leave, he pulled aside a bearded friend and ordered him to put the supporting actress on a plane in 2 days, book her a room, and call him. The friend stared in disbelief. Yonan patted his shoulder and walked away, muttering that he had no idea what to do for 10 days with a wife he barely knew. The man waved his hand at Yonan and told him to just consider it a wedding gift. The scene returned to the banquet hall. Guests bowed one after another, congratulating the chairman. Some stepped forward to shake Yanchel's hand, showing their respect. The daughter-in-law's father extended his hand, praising the reception hall as perfect for a modest wedding ceremony. Yanchel shook hands with the matchmaker and calmly said that his daughter would never have to worry about anything in their household. Without warning, Yanchel tightened his grip, still smiling, and invited the matchmaker aside to discuss something privately. The man agreed without losing his smile. Soon, they entered a secluded room and sat facing each other, tea placed neatly on the table between them. Yanchel frowned and told Hong to stop, reminding him that he was now part of their family. Hong looked startled and asked what he meant. Veins bulged on the old man's neck as he suggested that, for the sake of their children, everything from the past should be forgotten. Hong was shaken by those words. Yanchel closed his eyes briefly, saying that although he understood the desire to investigate one's in-laws, that curiosity needed to end here. Hong grew anxious and tried to explain himself, but the old man sharply ordered him to stay quiet and listen. Fear crept over Hong as Yanchel spoke in a low, angry voice. He said that Yonan was not very bright, that even at 30 he still loved to play around, and that although he did not know what Hong's family had been plotting, it would stop now. Hong tried to interrupt, insisting it was a misunderstanding, but the old man cut him off, saying that Yanjun would be fine because he was his grandson. Hong lowered his head, saying nothing. Yanchel continued coldly, saying it did not matter what mistakes his grandson made in life because he was family. Hong's hands trembled with suppressed anger. The old man warned him never to invite his son-in-law again, declaring that he would not maintain contact with his wife's relatives. If Hong wished to see his granddaughter, he was to call her directly. His voice darkened as he said that today would be the last day Yonan ever saw their side of the family. Hong's face drained of color, but Yanchel continued, declaring that anyone with the surname Hong should never even think of entering a building bearing his family name. Rising from his seat, the old man warned that if his words were ignored, Hong's company would be destroyed completely. Sweat poured down Hong's face. Yanchel walked past him without another glance, telling him not to take this lightly. Hong stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, understanding that Yanchel viewed Yonan as a successor and protected him fiercely. Adjusting his glasses, Hong told himself grimly that he did not have much time left. Soon after, the newlyweds emerged to greet the guests. Hong clenched his fist, realizing the young couple had a bright future ahead. Grinding his teeth, he reminded himself that time was not on the chairman's side. Night fell. Yoongi sat in his father's office and leaned forward slightly, asking if there was something he wanted to discuss. Yanchel smiled and asked how his business was doing. Yoongi replied calmly that his industry was the least affected by the currency crisis. His father asked whether attracting investors to cinema had become difficult. Yoongi said that it was not a reason to despair, since others were struggling even more. Yanchel smiled, then surprised his son by asking for his help. Yoongi laughed, saying he was not young enough to be tricked so easily. His father smirked, and after a pause, told him that he would hand over the Saying Medical Foundation and its development center. Yoongi stared in shock. Hospitals like those under the foundation could be counted on one hand, and the land alone cost a fortune. The development center, though independent, served as a training ground for interns, managers, and leadership programs. Yanchel asked if that was not enough. Yoongi hesitated, realizing something deeper was bothering him. It was about his son, D-Jun. After clenching his leg, Yoongi suddenly shouted that it was not enough. The two stared at each other in silence. Yanchel asked calmly where such greed came from. Yoongi replied that he was doing his duty as a father. When asked if he meant D-Jun, Yoongi answered yes. The chairman leaned back, arms crossed, and said that D-Jun would understand, being smarter than his father. He instructed Yoongi to safeguard what he was given and pass it on later, while he himself would handle D-Jun separately, as cheaply as possible. Yoongi stared, stunned, asking whether his father planned to take money from his grandson. Yanchel sighed heavily, saying D-Jun would understand everything. Later, aboard a plane above the clouds, Yonan and his wife sat in business class. She looked around and asked if it was a charter. Yonan smiled and said he had bought all of first class for them and all of business class for their entourage. She wondered if this was the life of a chaebol. She then pulled out a folder of documents and handed it to him. Inside were detailed dossiers on every member of his family, including photographs. Yonan's face twisted in anger. When he realized she had been monitoring D-Jun closely, rage exploded. He tore the documents apart, accusing her of spying and pretending to be a submissive wife. Flight attendants hurriedly closed the curtain. Yonan shouted that her only duty was to give birth to an heir. He ordered his secretary to arrange separate accommodations and to watch her closely. Sitting back down, he smiled coldly, deciding he could now freely contact another woman. Elsewhere, D-Jun sat across from his father and explained the real value of the hospital and development center. Sonan Hospital served VIP clients, politicians, and officials who valued secrecy. From now on, anyone seeking favors would need his father's approval. The development center would become mandatory for promotions. Yoongi slowly realized that human resources across industries would pass through his hands. Smiling, the main character calmly confirmed that both inside the company and outside it, his grandfather wanted people to see his son as the hallmark of everything he built. Looking kindly at the boy, Yoongi pushed back and said that this should have been his own distinguishing feature. Then asked how the boy managed to understand his grandfather's intentions so clearly. Placing his hands on his knees, the boy replied that his father was simply never interested in these things, so he never knew. Pouting slightly, Yoongi asked whether he could find out the shareholder structure of the development center and all its branches, and if his son truly wanted to know what the real situation was. The man's lips dropped at the corners as he replied that this didn't seem like just a matter of building a personal network of connections, because if that were the case, there would be no reason to keep the transfer of companies a secret. Imagining the man's sharp gaze in his head, the boy said that maybe there was something his brothers wouldn't like. Rubbing his head, Yoongi muttered that there were simply too many secrets here. Smiling faintly, the main character replied that his grandfather had always been full of secrets. Leaning back against the sofa, the man asked why his son looked so much more like his grandfather than like him. Crossing his arms over his chest, he added that it felt awkward, but he needed to fulfill his duties as a father properly at least once. A peaceful smile appeared on his son's face. Outside, employees continued working despite unpaid wages, clinging to faint hope. Watching them, Di-jun asked about their fate. Sean replied that they should be saved with back pay and bonuses. The executive director of DI Construction introduced himself and extended his hand while everyone gathered around the table. The main character narrowed his eyes in disbelief because the director wasn't supposed to be here, only the butler. But the moment Fantasy Investment bought 5% of DI Construction, the main shareholder panicked and demanded an immediate meeting. The desk was stacked with folders and documents, making the situation painfully obvious. You don't ignore someone buying shares in a company on the edge of bankruptcy, especially when that someone is Fantasy Investment, the firm that swallowed the Inc. Group whole. Sean calmly introduced himself. In a deadlock like this, everyone was terrified for their position. Mugen forced a smile and said he was surprised investors had suddenly shown interest in their company. Watching closely, Jun couldn't tell if the director's expression showed curiosity or real fear. The director sat down and said their company wasn't attractive enough for an investor like Fantasy Investment, and asked for the real reason behind the purchase. Sean replied without hesitation that investment companies only care about one thing: money. The director raised his eyebrows thoughtfully and asked if they had read the news at all, because investing in DI Construction was like jumping onto a sinking ship. Sean smiled when someone compared their stock to crushed tin cans. An old man with glasses added that it would be smarter to put the money in a bank instead. Sean's expression hardened. He turned to the old man and asked if his position was higher than the executive director. Then he snapped, reminding them that he owned 5% of the company and wasn't even talking to the CEO, just an executive director. So how dare this man interrupt? The old man froze and swallowed nervously while the younger employee stayed silent. The executive director stood up and apologized, explaining that management was desperately trying to find funds to save the company. He admitted that was why they wanted the investors to meet the trustee instead. The old man immediately bowed and begged forgiveness. Sean crossed his arms and said they could leave since he wanted a quieter conversation. The employees stared in shock but obeyed and left the office. Once alone, the director asked why Fantasy Investment suddenly bought their shares. Sean frowned and asked first why the director wanted this meeting. The main character had never seen his partner act like this, because Sean was usually polite, even joking around, but now he was aggressive. Jun quietly suggested that Sean believed the management was stealing money. Mugen admitted that was exactly why he wanted to meet, because it seemed the investors wanted something from them. He asked Sean to state his intentions directly. Sean replied coldly that he wanted to make money. The director explained that profit only came from selling shares at a higher price, which was impossible right now. Sean thought for a moment, then said someone would definitely buy those shares at a great price. The director laughed weakly and said many people still believed in DI Construction's revival. Hearing that, Sean smiled and said coming here was worth it because the right person would appear very soon. Satisfied, Mugen decided to do everything possible to delay things until their plans were complete, and offered a handshake. Then Sean casually mentioned they would meet again tomorrow. The director panicked and said that would be difficult. Sean calmly replied that he would demand an extraordinary shareholders meeting the day after tomorrow, so they better hurry. The director was left alone, stunned. Outside, as they reached the car, Sean adjusted his tie and muttered that these people were way too confident. The main character suggested launching an attack the next day and auditing all of DI Construction's assets the moment they gained access. Sean laughed and asked where he learned to move so fast. Jun replied that he was still far from his partner's level. Sean immediately called his team, ordering all appraisers, accountants from Saying Accounting, and investigators to be ready. The meeting would begin in 10 minutes. The car drove past towering buildings under a clear blue sky. Moments later, Yao leaned back in his chair and casually asked what happened and why the boy had rushed in like the building was already on fire. June didn't waste time. He said he needed help. That immediately amused the old man. He crossed his arms, smiled like a satisfied cat, and told him to explain everything. He promised to listen carefully and then decide how much profit he could squeeze out of the situation, because of course he would. June smiled back, already used to this. His grandfather had always been generous, but every conversation eventually boiled down to money. Looking down, June said this was about die construction, the company required to start the SMC project in MAFO this year. Yao closed his eyes, clearly done with warm-ups, and told him to skip the introductions and get straight to the point. June narrowed his eyes, picturing a collapsing building, and explained that the owners and management were draining the last drops from an already bankrupt company. Before that happened, he wanted to strike first and take over management. He asked for his grandfather's opinion, and he burst out laughing, loud and genuine. June relaxed instantly. If his grandfather was laughing, it meant everything was already under control. Scratching his chin, Yao asked who was running die construction. June replied that the general director was Muan and the executive director was his younger brother. Still seated, Yao asked whether June had met the executive director. June said they had met recently. Yao smirked and asked if June had confirmed they were stealing money. June answered seriously that the company's own employees contacted him after Fantasy Investment bought 5% of Die Construction shares, and even said management wanted to buy those shares back. Yao frowned in surprise. Buying back 5% was insane. He muttered that the stock market was full of hyenas who tore companies apart for profit and guessed this stunt was Sean's idea. June confirmed it. When Gyudon Construction collapsed, Die Construction shares also started falling, fueled by bankruptcy rumors. That made it easy to scoop up shares cheap. Money practically rained from the sky for bitter executives clinging to a sinking ship. In a stable company, 5% makes you a major shareholder, but the cost is massive, so even predators hesitate. Yao rested his chin on his hand and asked if the company panicked enough that they would move if June demanded an extraordinary shareholders meeting. June answered calmly that instead of a meeting, he would demand access to the accounting books to find evidence of embezzlement. Yao looked at him sharply and asked if he planned to send them to prison. June confirmed it. The stolen assets had to be returned to clean the company and restart properly. His resolve was obvious. Standing before his grandfather's desk, June watched Yao think. The old man guessed that Muan's relatives probably held many shares that would need to be seized to secure management rights. June explained that if the stolen funds or goods were returned through shares owned by the director's relatives, the amount needed to gain control would drop significantly. Yao smiled and pointed out that company-owned shares aren't controlled by the director. June confirmed it. Yao stroked his chin again and said June still had a long road ahead, but there was no time. The takeover and stabilization of Die Construction had to be finished before June, then they could move on to the MAFO project. June frowned slightly and said that was exactly why he came, to ask his grandfather to buy them time. Yao's eyes widened in disbelief. He stared at June and said time was too valuable to be bought with money. He crossed his arms, clearly unhappy. June replied that money couldn't buy an extra year of life, but it could buy dignity. Then he asked if salaries weren't money used to buy the lives of hundreds of thousands of employees. That made Yao raise his eyebrows. He closed his eyes, sighed, and said his grandson never failed to worry his heart. He then said the first step was banning Muan and his relatives from leaving the country. They had likely already transferred stolen funds abroad, so the Ministry of Justice needed to investigate. June smiled, satisfied. He stepped behind his grandfather and placed his hands on his shoulders, asking him to help with the travel ban. Yao picked up the phone and casually asked if Attorney General Kim was busy. June's eyes widened in shock. His grandfather knew the prosecutor general personally. While June massaged his shoulders, Yao said it would be unforgivable to let people who looted a collapsing company flee the country. He asked the prosecutor to issue an immediate travel ban. Yao promised to report everything and even invited him over to eat and play later. After hanging up, Yao turned and asked if June was satisfied. June thanked him sincerely. Yao crossed his arms again and said the next step was finding at least one solid piece of evidence in the accounting reports, suing management for embezzlement, and letting pressure from the tax service and prosecutors crush them. June froze, confused by the word surrender. The office lights glowed brightly as Yao called him closer and asked what the true goal of acquiring Dai Construction was. June answered that it was to successfully launch the SMC project this year. Yao closed his eyes and told him to focus only on that and think about the rest later. June slowly understood. Focus on the immediate objective, not long-term fantasies. Yao continued. If June wanted to work with his uncle after the June elections, Dai Construction needed to be stabilized within 6 months. June nodded, imagining executives carrying boxes out of the building. Yao then asked what would happen if prosecutors opened a full investigation and launched a trial for embezzlement. June realized it would take years. During that time, the company would be torn apart by creditors. Yao concluded calmly that in that case, the company would fall into June's hands in 2 years at best. Time was the real enemy. June came to save time, and his grandfather gave him the answer. June realized surrender didn't mean defeat. He asked what preparing the path for salvation really meant. Yao smiled and explained that investigation should be used only as intimidation. Management must be given a choice. Prison and poverty in 2 years, or sell everything now, keep some money and escape abroad. June's eyes widened. Sweat ran down his face. This level of control was terrifying. This was only possible if his grandfather could start and stop investigations at will. Even throwing away tens of trillions wouldn't buy that power. Time had filled the gap money couldn't. Yao had paid officials for years. They sold their conscience, and in return, he owned their weakness. That weakness became the strength of the Sayang group. June squeezed his grandfather's shoulder, his expression tense. He finally understood how naive he'd been about buying time. Yao closed his eyes peacefully. June asked what would happen if the company surrendered, but Yao kept pressuring prosecutors. Yao replied that it depended on June. June bowed and thanked him. Yao replied that gratitude couldn't be put in a pocket. June said he was ready to hear his request. Yao's expression turned serious. He asked June to place Sayang group people into vacant management positions once Dai Construction was fully taken over. June froze, imagining the implications. If Sayang's people filled every role, including CEO, whose company would Dai Construction really be? Without turning, Yao said June had no people of his own. June argued that many from Gyudong Construction had left, and department heads at Dai Construction wanted promotions. It was a chance to refresh leadership. Yao widened his eyes and asked if June had thought this through. June asked if his grandfather would mind him considering it. Yao crossed his arms and said he didn't like that idea. He explained that construction leaders must rise from job sites. Men who could handle workers, survive sandstorms, demolish houses, evict residents, drink with laborers at lunch, yet stay sober enough to lead. June chuckled nervously. He knew construction leaders were rough, but he thought policies changed at the top. Clenching his fist, he wondered if he'd misunderstood everything. Yao smirked and asked if June thought he was offering poison when it was actually medicine. He narrowed his eyes and asked if June feared that Sayang Group would eventually take over a company filled with its own people. June stayed silent, hiding his fear. Yao stared him down, then smiled when June repeated that Dai Construction would be taken over by Saying Group. Yao asked calmly if a man as greedy as him would simply hand over such a company. June stood there tense, lost in thought. So right here, you can see the pressure written all over his face. The guy is standing there, completely lost in his thoughts, and it's obvious this isn't a small decision. When someone asks what he's thinking about, he finally looks up. And the old man smiles. Not warmly, calmly. He closes his eyes and says something that instantly shifts the entire mood. He tells his grandson straight up, you have money, but you don't have time. You don't have strength, and you don't have people. And that stings. The grandson squints in irritation, but he doesn't fire back. Then the chairman's expression turns cold. He says if you refuse this deal, both the construction company and CMS disappear. No drama, no debate. They're just gone. Now the young man looks down and you can see it hitting him. His grandfather is right. The kind of hesitation he's holding onto, that's a luxury. And he doesn't have the privilege of luxury right now. There is no second path. He grits his teeth. He realizes maybe he should have trusted the stability his grandfather built instead of trying to do this his own way. But instead of backing off, he tightens control. He announces there will be no accounting audit, and Sean will take the director's position. The old man just grins and asks something simple but loaded. Will you at least have the key to the storeroom? The grandson stays silent. Then the chairman stands and really starts explaining how this world works. He says builders are unmatched when it comes to cutting money. Construction workers can do it with their eyes closed. They hire and fire laborers daily. Materials move constantly. And he asks, would you even notice if they swapped high-grade wood worth hundreds of thousands for cheap wood worth a fraction of that? Would you catch it if they manipulated the weight of fittings, skimmed steel, even shaved off supplies from the cafeteria? The grandson listens calmly, but inside you can tell it, landing. Then the chairman drops it bluntly. You've spent your whole life pressing numbers on a calculator. Can you really fight people who cheat for a living? And that silence says everything. The chairman leans in and says construction sites are where money literally falls from the sky. They're the biggest breeding ground for corruption in Korea. Bidding gets manipulated. Managers and subcontractors cut quiet deals. Costs get shaved in ways you can't see unless you're standing in the mud yourself. He paints this picture of mud grabbing at your shoes, black hands reaching up and staining your jacket. And the grandson asks something real. Can you understand the essence of something without stepping into that muddy water? The old man narrows his eyes and smiles. If you want to control construction companies on your terms, you first learn how to deal with laborers. That's where real money moves. And when it comes to handling money from unclear sources, there is nothing better than a construction company to absorb it. That's when it clicks for him. He finally understands he answered his grandfather wrong before. If he wants control, he can't just stay clean on the surface. He needs to understand the system without being swallowed by it. The old man looks satisfied. Another lesson delivered. Then he leans back and says tomorrow he'll send his own audit team from Esson Construction. Sean's accountants won't compete with his people. These are professionals. They'll find every receipt, every tax report, every document that slipped through. And in that moment, Dijun realizes something serious. After all this support, if they fail to absorb the construction company, it will be entirely his fault. He bows and thanks his grandfather. But then the chairman says something colder. Later, I'll thank you too. The grandson looks confused. The chairman smiles and explains that everything happening right now is for the well-being of the Saying Group. So if one day Grandpa stabs you in the back, don't cry about it. And he laughs. The grandson gives a small smile. He understands now. This isn't family, this is power. Cut to the next morning. Clear blue sky over the skyscraper. Calm outside, not calm inside. Employees in the lobby suddenly freeze. The receptionist jumps up from her seat. A group of men in suits walks in with purpose. At the front is Sean. Mugen rushes over, asking what they're doing here. Sean looks around calmly and says this probably isn't the best place to talk. So they move into the conference room. Round table, doors close, the energy changes immediately. Mugen turns and asks what this is about. Wasn't a buyer supposed to be found overnight? He says he'll decide everything within a day. And that's it for this video. Subscribe for part 5. Supporting. Peace out.